Good morning. Good morning, all. Good morning. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We're taking a look at her from the land side here at FedEx in Vancouver. Got a fence between us and them. Oh, nice helicopter just flew over. Welcome aboard, Hawker 125. Appreciate the subscribe. For 10 months, we've had Hawker 125 subscribe to us. We sure appreciate you. Enjoy your vacation. We'll see you when you decide to return. Also, the um, Big Mac has come aboard and resubscribed with his Prime. Now subscribe the original Big Mac for 3 months. Welcome in, folks. We sure appreciate you. Thank you so much. Means the world. Oh, it's always nice when oh, we're about to get a hype train here if we get more going. Wow. I've never seen that pop up on the stream. That's pretty cool. All right, well, we'll see if that happens here. Well, a lot of things could happen here. If you were with us the last time we flew this bird, hang on. Uh, Hawker 125, don't watch the screen real quick here. I'm passing through without swiping. Anyway, um, Anyway, we are on the ramp here in Vancouver with the 747. As I was saying, the last flight was a little challenging, to say the least. Somewhere after Shafter VOR, we lost at least nav1. Now, one thing I was totally remiss in trying was to see if we could fly off of nav2, because that did seem to go on a lot further. So, but yeah, we actually ended up in a Nordo, which is a no radio situation, on that flight, folks. I don't know if that's a built-in failure or X-plane failure, but you know what? That reminds me, let's just go ahead and fix all my systems now, because if maintenance hasn't fixed this plane, well, we're going to be relying on FMCs and clear skies, hopefully, in Miami to land it. All right, so there you go, folks. We're, like I said, gave it away. We're headed to Miami. The route just popped up. It's 6 hours of flying today, folks. So, yeah, no airline ops on this Wednesday. We're flying it all out in one flight. So let's get up into the cockpit, shall we? And let's take a look at it. All right, 747 classic time, folks. A lot to do, a lot to see, and a lot to get prepped. So we'll get through this real quick, folks. This is a three-man crew aircraft. To the left, captain sits. To the right, first officer. Those two seats, they're the guys that do the flying. This is the guy that, well, does everything else. Make sure the engines are in good shape, the packs, the fuel management, the whole caboodle. This guy does a lot. So, three-man crew, and oh, we're going to do it with just one. How about that, folks? So let's get after it. Let's take a look at the flight plan for today. Let me see if we can't get this in a position that'll look pretty decent with Sim Toolkit. Sim Toolkit, where are you? There you are. Okay, it looks like it's coming up pretty decently for us. I want to get one more view here on my end. Hang on a second. That way I can control things just a little better here. All right, so let me pull up the load calculator. Now, this aircraft is technically set up for passenger operations, okay? Um, so when you see packs equate cargo, just letting you know. All right, so the big numbers we'll deal with are right in here. So when we look at Sim Toolkit here, you can kind of see where we're routing through from Vancouver down through Washington, Idaho, maybe some of Montana into Wyoming and all the way down to Miami. So, with that, let's bring up the load sheet. All right, load sheet shows 377 peeps. Well, we're not worried about those. What we are going to worry about, though, is that we put 97,000 pounds of cargo on the plane. There's our zero fuel weight estimated. Fuel for the flight, 105,909. We might take it up to where it's showing here, 160, 322, just to play it safe. But we'll deal with that here shortly. Cruise performance, we always shoot for Mach 85. I guess I should say it properly, Mach 0.85. No, folks, we're not going to get there in a blink of an eye. Although many of you flying long flights, Hawker 125 included, probably would love Mach 85, although the G-force might hurt. All right, so cruise altitude initial 35,000 at Peebo, which is in between Sydney, Nebraska, and Arkansas. We'll go up to 37,000. Pretty simple step climbing in this plane, so we'll show it as we go. Finally, the last part of the flight plan shows us 2,486 miles to cover. It's going to be 2,200 miles when you factor in the stars and SIDS. Well, there are no SIDS out of here. So the SID stands for Standard Instrument Departure Star Standard Arrival Procedures. So routing is ST, Standard STA Arrival, R for routes. Okay, wind, we're going to average 274 out of the west, so at 59 knots, we factored that in. And let's see, here's how the fuel breaks down, folks. Trip contingency alternates. Alternate, by the way, is Mickey World, Orlando. For those that enjoy the big mouse, that's where he is. Well, one of the many places. And finally, our blockout fuel. Now, the other interesting things here for those, like I will be today, using an FMC, while this one isn't advanced like the 747-400 or the 777 or the 76, where you actually put in a reserve, you could take that right from here, folks. Drop these two numbers, 30.2. All right. Let's move Sim Toolkit out of the way. And then let's kind of zoom in and let's start loading the plane. Then we're going to, well, let's power it up first. We ought to do that first. Whoops. Look at that nice shot of a plane taking off. I didn't catch the type, maybe a 757, right out the passenger wing. Well, this is actually cargo, but you know, hey, got to get used to a new plane here. All right. As promised, nice and complicated. Those of you that are Bugs Bunny fans like me, imagine Bugs Bunny here, feet kicked up on the desk, reading How to Fly, looking at that panel. Okay, so first thing, the first person usually onto the plane crew-wise, you might get flight attendants preparing the cabin, of course, would be the flight engineer, because he's got a lot to do to get set up. Then the pilots will come in and do their pilot thing up front while he continues back here. So first thing I'm going to do is click the battery switch on. Everything appears to be powering up decently. I'm going to go ahead and put the standby power to normal. And we already have external power attached to the aircraft. You can see those illuminated here. We're going to do a quick check, make sure we have volts and current. Okay, and everything looks good. So let's bring them on to the electrical bus. All right, we are now powered up, folks. We have power on the plane. Um, so we can actually go up front here. Let's be nice to the groundies and turn on the nav lights and the logo lights. And I'm going to just do some quick things up here to get us going. Now, even though I'm on FMS, I still have to align the IRS, okay, so that the aircraft will fly. And I'm not even going to try and put another acronym in there. I was really working for it, folks. I couldn't find it. Sorry. Failed. Anyway, engine ignition, make sure they're off. Compass is enslaved. All those are down. Now, these are not modeled, but I like setting them anyway. Upper sideband coming down. I think I know why we didn't hear that, and I just wanted to make sure. I was correct. It is muted. There we go. Good wheel well test. Good voice recorder test. And what you do here, folks, you press test. See it bounce twice the needle? Boom, good test. I'm going to go ahead and do this one first. Then this one. Okay, start valves closed. We're in normal. Emergency lights set. It's very remiss in not turning on my lights. Okay. Okay, just rounding it out here with tests. Okay, and then power on. Okay. Now the funny thing here is you would think you could just go doink and put those switches down. It's not that nice. Okay. Again, our lights are on. There is no reject takeoff, so we just leave it off. Come down here. Turning the panel lights up. And we're on radio and radio. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those for now. What I'm going to do is tune in an ILS here. So bear with me here as I find one. See, we're right by 2.6 left. That'll work. How about we tune in 110.7? Okay. Oh, look at that. DME's working. So the maintenance crews may have come to our rescue. All right, we'll save everything here. All right, we'll go ahead and turn on the flight director. Now we're going to do what's called an up, left, down, right. Now what does that mean? Basically, see how you got your localizer here and your glide slope here. Let me see if we can make that look a little easier on the eye. So we'll go up, left. Okay, well, it's already left, but you saw the glide slope. Okay. Down, right should move the localizer. And down. Also, be watching your HSI down here. Make sure things are moving as we're trying to make them. See how things are moving about? That's what we're wanting. And then I'll go ahead and turn that back off. Auto throttles off. Autopilots are off. Everything's looking good. We'll slide over, do the same checks over here. Up left looks good. Down right looks good. And our DMEs are working. Yes! Nav radios work. Right, and off with that flight director. Okay, now we're going to move down into the center here. We're going to come to the next row. Okay, first thing we're going to do is test our ADI here, directional indicator. Looks good. We're going to keep moving across. While we're here, let's pick up the altimeter. 2976. Yes, folks, it's hard to read. Hang on, I just want to show us below sea level. So that's almost telling me, folks, matter of fact, it is telling me, considering we're 13 feet, we're really close on sea level here. All right, so technically we should be on the other, oh wait, are we set right? Yeah, we are set right, okay. Now you could bring it up to here. That way you're above sea level. Then you just go over here. Set this one. I'm going to set it at 77. That's pretty doggone close. And then, of course, we have the standby to set 77. Now, I'm going to again tell you, that's how you can tell your field elevation. Now, we could have a difference between real world and what X-plane default real world means. Could be delayed is what I'm saying. So, all right, so we've got the ADI checked. We've got the altimeter. Let's do a test of the radar altimeter. It moved. Looks good. Okay, we got the tone. I'm going to go ahead and set us now for 400. Okay, moving across. We'll back out just a little because what I'm going to do is a master warning test. And they went off. Okay, see them right there? See all the yellow and red lights flashing? Boom, boom. Okay. Reset. Cargo doors are open. We're going to do an altitude check now. We're going to, that altitude alert when you're coming up or going down or getting close to your altitude. What we're going to do now. There's the tone we all love. Ground proximity.
Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Okay. Now, the next button over, rudder ratio test, is just going to show up here. There it is. And that was a good test through here, folks. Let's move over here. We're going to basically do the same. Oh, wait, I forgot stuff over here. Shameful on me. Let's do our push to test 1. Everything's yellow on the left, green and 1 yellow there. Everything's yellow, or I'm sorry, green now. Okay, I missed those. Sorry, folks. And we do not have a bulb check here. At least I don't think. I thought I'd better check. All right. Once again, let's test. Looks good. Just reach over, reset. Okay. And then finally, altimeters match. We'll do the test, but I don't think we're going to get the audible. Nope. And we're set to 400. Okay. All looking good so far. These are those what we call one last thing the pilots don't have to worry about. Hang on, let me get that side lit up. Okay. All right. Now, one thing I always do, now you can power up the screen, but you're not turning the radar on. The radar switch is down below the transponder. I had to think for a second. It's like I said, when you fly a lot of planes, folks, I need to do something here real quick. Hang on a second, folks. I'm doing this the hard way. What I'm doing is exporting my flight plan because it's such a big flight plan. It just makes it so much simpler when I do it this way. Okay, and FMC plan. Okay, so what I'm going to do, okay, we've got the FMC up. Let me make sure nothing else is there with it. Let's go to route menu, company routes. There it is, right there. I always click execute, next, 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 looks good. Okay, departure. As of right now, we're going off runway 8. Where is it? Okay, so we're going off runway 8 right. Yeah, 8 right. And we're just going to execute. So we'll come back to F plan. Now our first fix shows YVR, so that's fine. Then here's the rest of them. Thing looks good. I am going to go ahead and at least put in our arrival, which was, I believe, the Palms. Palms 2. Sarasota, execute. Get in the legs page. Whoops. Okay, let's just make sure. Okay, and then we're looking good. All right, so the flight plan's in. We'll just keep coming across. We'll go ahead and set this one up too, just to read progress. Oh, wait, you know what I forgot to do? I just saw it when I did it. Let's go back to here. We're set up. We're going to be, oh, where am I? FDX 811. Okay. Now let's go to VNAV. Next page. Initial climb, flight level 350. There we go, folks. Now you saw the numbers fill in over here. 2,453 miles. So far, remember, I have not put a runway in at Miami. We'll do that en route, folks. Who knows what'll happen en route? We got an idea. We're flight plan to runway 8. Who knows? Maybe they'll switch to 1-2. And what that does when they switch to 1-2 or 3-0, that closes aircraft from landing on the 8s and the 9. Kind of tough when your crosswind runway is being used. All right, so here we go. Let's go back to legs, close that out, and we'll just keep going across. All the guards are closed. We're looking good. Pressure is low. So what I'm going to do, by low, I mean we're not up in the green. So we're going to come back to the got very used to flying a 727, folks. My keys are set up differently. Got to get in here one day and fix that. All right, so what I'm going to do is turn the electrical pump on. Oh, that was dumb. All right, so it's on. Now, if we come back up here, now you see it's up in the green. And we'll finish it out. Everything looks good. Coming down the center now. Let's do a thrust or takeoff config check. And basically what you're doing, you can do all 4 like that, or just like I did, number 3 is the one the alarm is tied to. Other aircraft, you have to use all the throttles. I don't know which ones are which. Okay, I don't know our trim yet, so I think we're going to be okay. Speed brakes are down, flaps are up, and for the flaps, we can verify both are in the 0. Okay, down here in the radios, what I'm going to do is move the PA up a couple notches. 128, let's set 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then another, this is just another Unicom channel, and this is the emergency channel. Okay, coming back down. Okay, those are set. We're not going to worry. Let's go to TA. Exponder will then turn on mode C. And then let's go to standby. We're going to stay in TOD. And let's get our center console lit up. And the center panel itself. Now we may end up adjusting these lights, but folks, that gets the pilots in a position where all they got to do is set up frequencies, altitudes, courses, headings, speeds, what have you. On the flight director using this, setting the pitch and all of that. So that's just helping them out. So let's move back over here and let's load the plane up, shall we? Now you've got a EFB here on the flight engineer. I just like going to this one because it's actually zoomed in. I'm going to actually okay. So now this, I really would like to get it to tilt. Anyway, this is just so you can see how it's loaded. You are not loading the plane from this screen. You're just setting up this page right here. Okay, return. Now, to physically load the plane, you go to payload. Now, you can load it one of two ways, and I have done now both ways. You can load it, well, first off, use the load sheet data. That fills in most of what you need. You can either instantly load and board or do it in real time. And, it takes a couple minutes, folks. I'm going to do it instantly. There you're going to see 14 crew. No, we don't. We don't have 14 crew on board, folks. But it is what it is. Because it thinks we have 286 passengers. I don't think the cargo is that needy. All right, and then you can see the rest, okay? So that just loaded the plane. We're now to a zero fuel weight of 483,972. Okay, now to fuel, go to refuel. Use the load data, and that's what it's telling you to load. I'm going to go with that number, by the way. So we instant refuel. Boom. And the plane has been brought up to 163.22. Verify it. 160.32. So folks, we're really ready to fire up the APU, but I want to do a couple tests. Oh, I'm going to have a hard time today. I can see that coming. Okay, that's good. A and B all test out good, folks. So we could, and we will, fire up the APU now. Galley power stays off, especially if you're in packs. Okay, we're just waiting for the door to open. Now we just click start, and there it goes. Ultimately, I should have held it for a count of 3. I didn't. That's on me. Okay, we'll let things settle up here. You can actually smooth the cockpit over to see the gauges better. It's like we're pretty well stable. Now, what I'll do is go ahead and close just this circuit so I can come down here, do my APU 1. Okay. APU 2. Oh, okay. No. That's why. I forgot to close them both. Okay, so they're good. Now we just come through, close them. Now we are off ground power, folks. So, just so you know, now technically we could put the galley power on. Okay. And let's go ahead and put trim air or bleed air on and the trim air. Nothing is turned on as of right now. I'm going to go ahead and put humidification in. All right, so bringing up pack 2. Here comes pack 1's numbers. Okay, we're now full. Let's go to pack 2, do the same thing. Pack 3. All right, and then we'll get our recircs on. Gasper valve on. All right, got a few more tests to do. Okay, we just go through. If it says test, I test it. Okay. Lower cargo fire protection. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to come right up against the wall, turn back so we can see the T-handles. All right, so the fire protection tested good. And let's get up here a couple more tests. Folks, there's a lot of things to test here. Okay. Brake checks. Okay, all our doors are closed. Okay, gear. Okay, I just don't like seeing a light not light up. Press to read. Test. 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 Okay, now let's move down to here. All switches off. Okay, as we move now to the center panel here. You notice I didn't do a lot of checks in here. We'll come back to them. I'm doing a lot of the light checks. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, we're looking good on all of this. Now up here, we are going to go to $38. You set it for 1,000 above. Current barometric pressure here. Still 76. We set 77. Okay. And we're all good here, folks. And then finally, let's move over to our engines. And our oil quantities are good. All looking good. Come down here. Gonna kick the PA up a couple notches. The panel lights will bring up. Background will bring up. All right, one thing we did not do on the other side is the light check. Okay. Two things. Okay, and we can do that over here too. Okay. Light bulbs are on. Okay, that, folks, brings us to the point we're ready to go. All right, so that fact now in place. let's do some checklists. Now the pilots would be coming on board. And now it's time, let's get this set up for the flight. Or 505, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. Right, so charts. All right, so folks, right now we are parked over here. 8 right, we're going to have to use taxiway Delta, the hotel, to Lima, all the way over for the takeoff. So it's a long taxi. And there really isn't. Just cooking dinner. You know, every time you come on, you have to just go and make me hungry by saying cooking dinner. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right, well, good deal. Hope the family enjoys the meal being prepared. Okay, so coming out of here, okay, this chart isn't going to be of much help. Let me get there we go. All right, so let's bring in Sky Vector. Get rid of charts because they really aren't going to help us much. Because there really isn't going to be a departure we're flying out of here. So we're going to be basically blasting off 8 right. So we're going to be going in this general direction. We'll kind of hook to intercept down to Vancouver, and then we'll go out on Vancouver on the Juliet 52. All right, so let's see. That is going to be an intercept of 1.5, well, how far is that? 7 miles. What we may actually do, folks, is just come down, intercept 093. Okay. That frequency here for Vancouver, 115.9. Okay, 6.6 away. 093. Then let's bring this up this way. 15.5 Spokane. Okay, now we are out of range, so that's expected. Okay, so initially, let's get up here. Now we can use the charts. Let's go ahead and take that away. Charts. And 83. Heading off set. Okay. Now, what I am going to look at, I think there is a potential SID we may be able to use. Yeah, Vancouver. And it's just basically out. Okay. Any initial climbs? Yeah, we'll just stick with our game plan. I'm not even going to try that. So we're going to fly out 8-3, get ourselves in a good place, turn the plane south 180 to intercept the 093 course off of Vancouver VOR and go from there towards Spokane and the rest. All right, so that gets that all set. Our initial climb, 7,000. Go ahead and dial that up. Okay. And FMCs are set. Radios are set. PA is set. Go ahead and set the tilt to 5 up. Again, we're not on, so we're not radiating. Okay. Come over here real quick. Let's grab our calculations. Get that all squared away real quick here. Okay. We'll load. Airport runway is 10,800 feet. Airport elevation 13, right? Heading 080. Dry. Temperature. Coming in at there it is, 6. Little chilly up here. 976. All right, winds we're looking at 090 and 9. All right, so with that data, we're looking at V1 139. Writing this down, by the way. 148 V rotate. 160. I'm going to set 170 for our initial climb. Flaps up at 233, and then we'll set 313 above 10,000 feet. Okay, we're going to go ahead and click Set Speed Bugs, setting them right where we need them. Now, one last thing we did not look at. We need at least 5,000 feet of runway. Corrected runway 11,200. Wow. Okay, I'm not sure where that number comes from, but say so. Right, just doing a quick check here. I've got a couple things to get set up. Oh, looks like Denver Center came up. That's kind of, we expected somebody. All right, let us here, and let's get ready. Let me get the in-car system up and running here for FedEx. Got a CYVR heading to MIA 3723. Here, click start. I'm not going to go by their numbers. All right. That's set. I always check the airline I'm flying with online to make sure I'm showing, and it is, because I didn't once, and it said I was online, and you know what? I was not. Finally, let's connect. Hang on. Did not send a flight plan. VATSIM. What's the flight? KD45. That is not going to be your time. Get out of here. It's pretty close to on time. Show 35, body 37, have down to 75. All right, just adding in some advertising. Okay, and speaking of which, just happened. Okay, one last advertisement to make. FedEx, where are we? All right. All right. We are ready to rock it out of here, folks. So checklists. We'll just go right up top here. Boeing 747 checklisters. And here we go.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slave. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights.
Okay. This is asking that we turn the beacon on. It's thinking we're ready to push. We've got to go through a couple more checklists, so we're just going to skip.
Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1008. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 159,964 pounds. Fuel panel. This.
Yep, I forgot to turn the pumps back.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed control. This. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. This.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a second. Hang on, I did forget to check something here. It's got it. There it is. Here's your quantities for the hydraulics. Let's just do a quick test. Okay. Now, what they're looking for on the EPR. Okay. They're wanting it over here in go around. I have it in takeoff dry. Could even mean takeoff D rate. Basically, there used to be a dry and a wet. We're in the dry setup, so we're going to go ahead and skip.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Wait. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
Alright, so the next one comes after engine starts. So folks, we are ready. Oh, hang on. Get the right switch there. Do another check here to make sure we popped up on VATSIM. Oh, helps to connect. It always does, you know? I forget why. FDX 81 is a Bravo 742. Connecting. Alright, so we are actually on VATSIM now. Sitting over here in the FedEx area, and if you're again not familiar with it, that's where the little red guy is there, the little red triangle down here by 26 left. Alright, so we are going to push them back. Better push back. Actually, do that. Let's head over here and go to the ground page. Let's get those doors closed. Okay, also we need to get rid of the chocks and the ground power.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Ground power disconnected.
Okay, go ahead and call better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Okay, hang on, let's try that again.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Okay, just gonna do this.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
All right, once we get the tow in sight, yeah, it drives through buildings, through anything, folks. It'll even drive through your plane if you let it. Part of me just wanted to push back straight. Problem is, we need to go around. Yeah, it's not fun down here. See, we got to go on that taxiway back there, but I thought there was a way to go. Oh, it's because of the blast fence. Okay. All right, let's get rid of the chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect.
Chocks removed.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Let's go ahead and start up number 3 first. Not over here.
Starting engine 3. Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open. And 2.
Fuel on.
Howdy, Royale. Thank you so
Light
much
up.
for the first time chat. We appreciate you coming aboard. If you like what you see, we'd love you to click follow.
Starter off.
Just waiting for the engine to stabilize. We're going to start one
Engine
and two
stabilized.
together. And there's the stable. And the reason I'm going up here is I'm using System 2 today.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Okay, come down here. So I can watch the N2 rise.
And 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off.
Okay. Hopefully we don't have to cancel.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. And 2.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Fuel on. Light up. Fuel on. Parking brake set. Light up.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Starter off. Starter off. Engine stabilized. Engine stabilized.
Okay, and that's how you do two engines, folks. Now, I was rotating off, so that's why I wanted to be up there. What I was doing basically is using System 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Okay. Wow. That was interesting to say the least. Okay, she'll be out here in a minute. And what she'll be holding is, and the reason for all of that, Ziggy, I didn't click in to stop it from moving, and she's good to go. All right. We are just about started up here. Let's just come down, turn the probe heat, so we not test. Testing will not help us in flight. Go ahead and run with the nacelles. Nav.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
Okay.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your key flight center. And on behalf of our captain and the entire crew, I wish you welcome on board. Please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Also make sure that your tray table has been stowed away and the back of your seat is in the upright position.
Alright, let's take a look at that checklist. Make sure, start beacon, brake pressure, start.
When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling the loose end of the spring.
Let's go ahead and start it.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switch.
Off.
Beacon light.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detents.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Wait. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay, one more to do. Let's.
Flaps 20.
Okay, we're set. EPR stabilizer trim. We're not set there. Okay. Loop heaters are on, yaw dampers are on, AP fuel heat is off, totalizer, cargo heat, I think we're good.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and the airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Yep, that's on me, sorry folks.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Okay folks, right now doing this, we're going to get one more started here in a minute. When you're doing a flight control check, that's where this gauge really comes in handy. You kind of get over so you can see it. This one lets you see the ailerons. See how they're moving down on the lower side there? The 727s does not. Okay. Here's the elevator. It's at the top. See the arrows moving. Folks, you're not going to see that from here. A couple foot, it's a football field behind you. Here's the rudder. It is in the middle. And that, folks, is all tested. We're ready to taxi. I think all we have left are the takeoff. Yes. All right, go. Vancouver traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, FedEx ramp taxi 2, runway 8 right. Correct, yeah, 8 right. Thought I got myself turned around here, folks.
Parking brake released.
Okay. Go. We don't have a taxi light switch. Brakes off, right? Yeah.
Stabilized.
And again, Patty Royale, thanks for coming aboard. Hope you enjoy the route, the ride over to Miami. Again, we are doing this, folks. If you were with us yesterday as we returned back to streaming after the move that we've been doing here for the last month, there is an event Saturday with FedEx Express Virtual, with UPS Virtual, and Pacific Airways, two of which I've actually been members with, or have been. Pacific Airways was one of the first airlines I ever joined, some 20 odd years ago. So, anyway, details coming to you right now. So come in, join the fun. I mean, heck, you're going to have ATC, folks. You may not have it out of Miami, and sometimes that's a blessing, but you're going to have it going into Atlanta. I mean, it always has wall-to-wall traffic and wall-to-wall controllers. So, there's the times 20Z. That equates out to about 3 o'clock Central Time. So, look forward if you're wanting to join in. It's a short, hour and a half, less than 2 hour flight. Why does it look like the plane is coming at me? He did say a right. Does he not know he's going the wrong way? In front of us. Hang on a second, folks. I get kind of irritated at things like this. That is AI traffic. Okay. Alright. That's the easiest way to get rid of them. Just turn them off. But anyway, it's going to be a great event nonetheless. So, alright. So Air Canada 220 is on the roll. So we should have a clear runway when we get up to it. We are still on the map. Have a safe flight there, Air Canada 220. Alright, now here comes the fun part, folks. As you can tell here on the map, you gotta go up and then over. Why they never just put the taxiway through, I don't know. Guess they wanted to be different. Okay, well, let's start doing some of that stuff to get ready for takeoff here. Flight director's on. And let's take a look here real quick. Looking at 13 degrees initial pitch. All right, and we're set to go, folks. Okay, we're going to be coming up to Lima here, and we're going to turn left, and then follow that basically to the runway. Go ahead, turn on the radar now. Okay, come to the taxiway. Again, folks, speed is not a friend to you on the ground in this plane. Two things to keep in mind what you're looking at. 3 stories in the air. You're basically 30 feet up. So your nose gear is, if memory serves, right behind you. Actually, way behind you. No, it's right behind you. So that means you're going to actually pass up turn points. Okay, so now all we got to do is go all the way down this taxiway. It's clear. Okay, clear. Clear left. Okay, so you really don't want to get in too big a hurry with this plane. It's not a NASCAR Airbus 320 or 737-800. So, respect that. And I'm going to set airspeed to 240. Okay. The only bad thing is it doesn't really tell you what you're doing. Okay, and finally down here, let's go to TARA. All right, folks, I hope you've enjoyed Vancouver, because it's time to get the you-know-what out of here, so. All right, folks, there we go. So, let me get to the runway. All right, what we're going to do now, we will skip a couple things here. I'm going to go ahead and get that before takeoff started. See the ones we'll have to skip. Big one being the body gear steering, boost pumps on cross feeds. We need to get set. So hang on, let's get those in position now. Okay. Fuel boost on. Pressurization is auto. Yes. Okay, let's see how we're doing. List a taxi off. Okay. Gonna go to flight start.
Cabin ready.
Okay, we're set. Alright, we're going to go ahead and close those packs. Okay, again, one last check here. Alright, let's do it.
Before takeoff checklist. Icing considerations. Check. Cabin alert. Check. Transponder. Check. Ignition. Flight start. Body gear steering. Damn. Pack valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Let's see.
We'll check them here in a second. Let's get lined up. And that's why the body gear steering is still on. See how they're still being used to get us out here on the runway. Vancouver traffic, FedEx 811 Heavy departing 8 right at Vancouver. Not sure what's going on with the cross feeds, because but we'll make sure. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take care of that, and all right, let me see.
Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, so basically what I'm going to want to do here, folks, is burn this tank down. All of these tanks. Oh, Duluth, with this still not being able to play a flute. Welcome aboard, sir. Here we go. Still can't get that flute tuned up, can you there, Duluth Fly? Welcome in. Hope you, I couldn't tell which way you were headed, if it was Honolulu, Los Angeles, or Los Angeles, Honolulu. Hope you had a great flight. Here we go.
set.
knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up.
All right, let's put her in VS and start accelerating. Okay, first notch up, go down
Flaps 10.
about 1,000 feet a minute. Now we'll go ahead, like I said, we're going to turn to 180. I'm going to go ahead and put us in VOR, so that way we'll intercept, hopefully. Let's go 175. Okay, let's get another notch, get back here,
Flaps 5.
get some packs turned on.
Flaps 1. Flaps up.
All right, now the airplane's going to control this. Now this actually has an auto throttle.
Gear up.
Okay, let's get back here, make sure everything is set to auto.
Now's the level off.
Okay, what I'm going to do is take this on out.
Now's the level off. Now's the level off.
LAX to St. Louis. Nice. Now I just got to figure out why it didn't pick that up. Alright, you gotta love when the airplane doesn't behave properly. Well, early, confused or not, we need to be speeding up and turning lights off. Let's do that after takeoff.
After takeoff checklist. Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights. Off. Ignition. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Let's see. Open. Fuel leak. Auto. Off takeoff checklist completed.
There we go. Now we're getting on track. Figured it out. I didn't hit execute. Okay. All right, so we got that figured out. And So let's set 92. I always like to verify. There we go. Alright folks, we are 10 minutes into the flight, and now we're finally on course, but we're actually through all the checklists. I believe we're all set back here. User off. Fuel. See if that's a better setup. What we're going to do is burn down, if we can, tank 2 and 3 about 31. At that point, we'll open the valve up here, go back to tank to engine, and run it the rest of the way. Reason for the imbalance, this is the one the APU goes for. Come back to this. So there you go, folks. We are on our way through 25,000. Let me just make sure we're still set for select on INS. This one is not. We're starting to pick up Spokane. Always a nice thing seeing DME and our RMIs work. Right, folks, 2,200 miles to go. To top of descent, 24 into the good old city of Miami. Again, as we get this flight is to set up for Saturday's flight out of Miami up to Atlanta. I'm going to probably take to the skies in the 730 or 767 or FedEx. And ought to be a trip because there's going to be a gazillion people, I'm sure, there. Plus controllers, plus everything. Just going to make it a fun time. So, y'all, enjoy flying with ATC. You're going to get your chance that day. So, here's the information. Once again, even though I know I have it set up on a timer, I think yes, I do have it enabled. So yeah, it should have actually popped once. Oh, there it is right there. Oh no, that's the one I just did. So. Don't mind the guy behind the controls, folks. He's a little low on coffee. But welcome aboard again. Thanks to the original Big Mac and Hawker 125 for the 2 subs right off out of the gate this morning. Sure appreciate you. Both extending, resubbing actually, so sure appreciate y'all. Duluth Fly, thanks for coming in. Thanks for support. Patty Royale, hope you enjoyed that. Well, I'm just gonna say it was the best I could do on the takeoff. It's a lot better than most of my takeoffs with this plane. I'm still getting used to it. Hope to start flying it more religiously than the others. 29,000 going into the pocket there. Let's just verify. 29.92 still. And what I'm going to be looking for now is Mach 0.83-ish, and we'll switch into Mach climb then. We may hit the Mach 0.85 or 35,000 prior to it. So. Finally flying that. Sort of, kind of, maybe. Should be kicking over here once we cross. What's the name of that folks? Cassid, K-A-C-A-S-C-D. And then we'll be heading down. Again, we're intercepting the radial 273 off of Spokane. So that's why when you look at this HSI, the needle's actually moving not ahead of us, but behind us. To from, though, is showing us going towards the VOR. Okay, being at NATO at 32,000. That's what we need. And we're crossing Cassid as we're now turning onto course. Okay, so take 83. Okay, so that could be right. 108. I'm kind of looking at this going, this is kind of weird. So we'll see how this plays out. Let's get outside here for a second. Again, beautiful scenery out here, folks. very pretty scenery. All right, so there we go, folks. We'll get some music on. We got a long way to go. 4 hours, 45 minutes on the clock. So let's get back up here, see if we're anywhere closer to Mach 85. We are. Let's go ahead and finish this off with a Mach climb. Got 900 to go, folks. Not bad. 22 minutes into the flight, on course, on altitude. Not bad. Folks, those of you joining in, we'd love you to click follow. That way you can come along when we fly again. Next flight is right now set up for Friday. We'll see. Requirements of work may change. But Saturday is the event that we're flying to Miami for. So. Just set us into Mach. See how it goes. Looks like we're doing good. We're lined into Mach 0.85, 35,000. We've got about, ballpark this here, folks. Let's do it off of six, 700 miles or so to our step line, roughly. And like I said, once we cross Sydney, VOR will be lining up for it. We'll get our next VOR. It's to be Dylan, 14-0. Okay, it looks like the bot has told us 4 hours, 55 minutes to go. So folks, hope you enjoy the ride. Got some tunes playing in the background. If they're too loud, too soft, let me know. But yeah, we are just setting things up for the ride on down to Florida. Hope you enjoy the ride, folks. We are on VATSIM if you want to kind of follow along there. Plus, up in the upper right-hand corner, you're seeing us as we go down the map. Currently, right about... Is Michael? There it is. Right about there. Alright, so folks, enjoy the ride. And we'll be back from time to time, especially the step climb. Well, that's going to be about an hour from now. Hour, maybe hour and a half. So... And of course, we'll be monitoring things from our vantage point here. And if you are interested in FedEx, joining a good FedEx group, here's a link to them. Big thing I've been told from them is they just want to make sure you know how to fly. You haven't had any violations in the past with them. And you're willing to fly. I mean, pretty simple. Good bunch of people, good technology with them, good Discord channel. I have been with them over 6 years, folks, which is hard for me to believe. But hang on, I want to check something. Yes, 6 years, 9 weeks ago, I started up with them. So, been on quite a while. Been a long run. Got a lot of time. 777s, especially, folks. They allow you to fly aircraft if, like, say, there's not a good ATR out there. Well, that's an aircraft available for you. So check them out if you're interested. Links there in the chat room. But for now, sorry, folks. We'll go ahead and click some commercials here, and we'll be back with you here shortly. For those of you subscribed, you all know you're really not seeing these commercials, so, or hopefully you're not. So we are going to take a quick break. I need to use the lav behind me and check on the dog and see how things are going in the house. So we'll be right back.
CC793, go now.
All right, folks. Back with you here shortly. I think we're getting ready to cross Spokane. We just did. Hopefully we can get a good look at where we're going from. Vancouver, be heading down. Okay. Yes, I'm a little nervous. Perfect. Just want to see those numbers. All right, so 13.0 is... Oh, I see. It's 13.0. Oh, we got salmon. So Dylan must be just out of range. Okay. And again, we're not on airways now, folks. It's pretty much point to point to point. We'll be going to Wade, Bowie, which is Riverton. Actually, Weezen Reservoir, near Riverton. And then another couple, Perth, and then Sydney, then Depot, then Razorback, RD, then CW, across the water to Sarasota. As you can tell, we're right here. It's like fix, waypoint fix, waypoint fix, you know, VOR, you know, really pretty nice setup here. Alright, so Hawker 125 came in with a go around. Why do we want to go around? We got a long way to go before that. And unfortunately, it ain't a short time to get there either. 4 hours, 21 minutes to be exact. But folks, these are the kinds of runs I used to do prior to when I started streaming about a year and a half ago. I love long hauls. 2 reasons. One, they allowed me to fly, but yet still be around my family. Meaning, if we wanted to go see my daughter in St. Charles, well, let her up in the air, let her go. The 777 from PMDG auto step climbed, so I didn't have to do anything except get it at positive descent, bring it in for landing. And builds up time. The other thing is, I just love these long distance hauls, and I'm building up my endurance, not so much endurance, but my knowledge base, so I know how to fly this plane long haul. Because my goal is this fall, barring work schedule issues, I want to fly across the pond and see how things have changed in the 10 to 15-year absence I've been from. A lot can be said why I was gone, and we'll leave it at that. So, just checking the radios out down here. All looks good. Here.
Cabby crew, take your seats.
Here, let me turn that up.
The cabin crew will be passing through the cabin with hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Sit back,
Now,
and enjoy the
one thing I really love about this plane, let's just say you get either that controller that believes the only way to talk is to be swallowing the microphone and talking at the same time, where it's like that guy with the radio that thinks all the way to the right, all the way up, and if he could, a couple of times around the dial to just bang it out for everyone to hear. I can turn it down right here. All you got to do is pull back on that, folks. Likewise, if you want to check a VOR, bring it up on the volume and you can tune it in to test it. They really went all out with this aircraft, folks. I highly recommend it. It's a work, and it's not only a work, as you can see, to get going. It's a beautiful work of art that they have created for us to be able to fly it just about as real as you possibly could. If you want one, here's the link in the chat. But I will do this, folks, as with all purchases right now. Be mindful, X-Plane 12 is coming. Now, I have not heard the status of Felis or the flight factors or any of the aircraft that I fly. Now, people have kind of sheepishly said, oh yeah, they're good for X-Plane 12. Folks, I only believe that once it's out there. I have, well, this one, the A320, the 767, the Navajo, the Citation, and the Caravan. The Caravan will be making a return here soon. I don't know if I'm going to buy the new one out there, but at least the one from Canada. But anyway, I have those aircraft. I hope will simply update with X-Plane 12. You know, yeah, I'm going to have to probably buy them, and yeah. But hopefully they're immediate. If not, folks, I don't know how long. Case in point. How many of you out there fly Microsoft 2020, otherwise known to many as MUSFUS? Because you got to muss and fuss to get the thing to work sometimes. Okay? Great. Now, are y'all flying PMDG 737s? No. Should be out any day now. Actually, they've been saying that for quite a while. Although now it looks more of a reality. But that's 2 years, folks. Okay, year and a half. But you get the point, folks. It took a long time. There was a lot of obstacles to overcome in MUSFUS. A lot, because the developer of MUSFUS 2020 is not Microsoft. They just got to be the name. It's much like, let me give you a good test here. How many of you all know who actually American Airlines bought them out? I can already hear it. What? Yeah, American Airlines got bought out by U.S. Airways. Oh wait, who bought out U.S. Airways? You don't know these things because the main name is still on it. Okay, I'll let you know. America West. So technically, when you really want to boil it down, America West bought out American. Doug Parker runs it, I think, still. He may have stepped aside, but anyway, he was the CEO of America West. Anyway, digress then. So we're looking at a year and a half it took to get the 737 from PMDG. And folks, hands down, we know that is a flat-out unbelievable company, PMDG, and their products. We know they hit the market. Oh, there'll be some bugs. Keyword some, not major bugs, as some people release their stuff with. Welcome aboard. I hope y'all are having a great day. Let me check something out here. Not sure but thank you for coming aboard nonetheless. Hump 9277. Thanks for the first time chat as well. So keep that in the back of your mind. Hopefully, X-Plane 12 things will be seamless with both sides of the house. The GA and the airline side will play nicely and will press on. It wasn't that way with Microsoft. And that's why this guy is still not flying SPEC'S. There's a lot of problems, and to my liking, still there. So, anyway, off my soapbox. That's why I'm in X-Plane. Now, I do not fly with the ortho sceneries. One, because I don't know how to install them. I've seen them do things to the default sceneries that I don't know how to overcome. So, I just run default. And I don't think I have a Miami or Vancouver, so they should be default. Now, Charleston and a few of the mid-Atlantics, I do have some freeware stuff. Right now, the only payware scenery I have is St. Louis. No St. Louis Lambert. Looking to get a St. Louis Lambert airport. The payware one out there, folks, is dynamite. That is Lambert Airport today. I really wish they could do it 20 years ago. But, you know, hey, one, they didn't ask me. I don't expect them to ask me. And two, I didn't make it. Because if I did, I would have tried to make it 20 years or 40 years ago, a version 20 years ago, and today's version. They are actually different, folks. And the reason I say that is TWA was so focal. You go a little further back, you get Ozone. So you really get, it's the same airport, just more gates. But folks, it's dynamite. If you want that St. Louis scenery is great. If you get a couple of free add-ons, guess what? You get the arch. It's one thing that I do complain about X-Plane a lot. They got rid of a lot of eye candy in the scenery, like St. Louis's arch. I've been to Paris, folks. They got rid of the Eiffel Tower, Notre Dame, the Louvre, all of those key points for VFR flying. You got to get ortho, or you got to get these city scene type stuff out there. That kind of irritated me, and almost kept me from coming to X-Plane, because at least even Musbus back in the dark days with them. Actually, they were actually great days. Century of Flight. FSX, we can all complain. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest, but it wasn't the worst. They all had these things, folks. And X-Plane just would not put them in. And I don't know why. Don't want to know why. I just wish you would. Iconic terminals like the World Terminal and Terminal 5 at JFK. It just, things like that are missing. And it just, I haven't even begun to search Hollywood or LA to see if the Hollywood sign is there and all the other landmarks visible from air that really help VFR traffic. And let you know you're there. So, anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Okay, it's really probably only worth about a nickel, but you know, no, actually a penny. Or less. So, let's keep going on here, folks. We are getting closer. Let's see if we can tune it in now. 13-0. 101 miles. Oh, that makes me feel good, folks. If you'd have seen the title screen for this, you know, let's show it. I know it sounds kind of weird. Why would you show it now? Let's show it. I sure hope that nav radio is fixed. The last time we flew this plane, folks, just before we moved, we got past Chapter VOR EHF out of Ontario, California. Somewhere from there to Seattle, Nav 1 went out, for sure. Nav 1 went dead. I could not tune anything in. How you knew that? The RMI was just dead. No DMEs, no nothing. You got almost 20 miles from Seattle. Nothing. Now, poor troubleshooting on my part. I should have went over to here. This side of the cockpit. Check things out here to make sure we were fully dead. That way I could have at least flown the ILS. Now I don't know how I would have flown a autopilot ILS, you know, join it, get on the glide slope and all from this side. That's one thing I guess I would switch to number 2 up here and run that way. That's the only thing that I can think of. But anyway, that's me. But yeah, we lost Nav 1. And I never tried this radio. Or if I did, maybe I did. I'd have to go back and rewatch, but I never saw myself going there. Believe the flight is up on our YouTube channel. Here, I'll get you a link for that. And y'all can watch it. Let me know. But yeah, we lost the nav radios. I don't have circuit breakers in here, folks. So how the heck you fix it in Felis, I have no idea. Fun flight though. Thankfully, VFR into now it was cloudy. Thankfully the FMCs all worked. That was great. We had nothing else. That was a wild flight. So yeah, the Nav 1 was out. As you can tell, I have no circuit breakers you can pull up here. So now, if you're a Felis guru, or you're with Felis and want to be nice to tell me what I could have done to get Nav 1 back, I sure would love to know. I mean, I even went so far, folks, as I checked my radio masters, made sure they didn't trip. Checked some. Yeah, everything was good. I just don't know what happened. It was funny. Oh, but anyway, let's take a look outside the wings. So, like I said, folks, this is a phenomenal airplane. It's worth every dime in my book. It's a challenge. I don't recommend this to a beginner at all. But I do highly recommend it to you guys that are comfortable flying heavies, know kind of sort of what to expect when you do certain things, because you're three-man cockpit here, one person, a lot to do. Hang on a second. Oh, he cracks me up. Alright, I'm trying to figure out why I am. Oh, I know what I was supposed to do. Oh, dang it. Let's turn these off. That's why you turn the cross feeds on. They're feeding all engines. If you don't believe me, all your engines are right here. Oh, I totally forgot about this. So we'll drop down now to about 25 or so. Totally forgot about that. I'm trying to figure out why is it not working. It has actually been, folks, a century of flight. So we're talking 2005, 6 time frame, 7 maybe at the latest. That I've flown a 747-200, a realistic one like this. So, and that, by the way, was outstanding. Ready for pushback, I want to say it was from, maybe something like that. Flew it with Global Cargo, folks. That was awesome. Outside, a little toyish looking, but inside, man, where you did the business, it was a good job. But welcome in. Hope you all enjoy the ride. Long way to go, but we'll get there here shortly. Looking at about 4 hours on the clock to getting there. And we'll be right back. All right, folks. Yeah, we're just running a commercial here, about a minute and a half's worth. So, all right. So, weather in Miami. Let's see what we got. All right, so 070 at 15. So we got a gusty wind too, up to 20. Weather looks pretty decent into there, folks. 10 miles of visibility, 4,500 foot ceiling, so we're good to go. Definitely going to be using runway 8s. So, nice long run ahead of us. All right, folks, so we are on our way. Now, the reason we're headed to Miami Just making sure it doesn't show up here real quick. There is an event Saturday from Miami to Atlanta. Folks, if you're looking for a place for ATC, all you got to do is fly to Atlanta. That's, you know, that's like if you're in Europe, all you got to do is fly to London or Frankfurt or Paris. Well, in the United States, all you got to do is fly to Atlanta, and you're going to guarantee you're going to have ATC. Now, currently, I don't think we do, but let me check. Where am I on the map? Okay, so I got Denver still. Jacksonville's up. Atlanta hasn't come up yet. They will, though. Let me just reset here. Is that me right there? Yeah, okay. So yeah, currently Denver and Jacksonville online. Melbourne. I wonder if something's getting ready to kick off down there. GA-wise, Melbourne's not normally manned. A lot of Charleston, Savannah, and Jacksonville. But anyway, Saturday is the day. 20 Zulu start time. Folks, this thing's going to go longer than expected because you're flying FedEx, Express Virtual, UPS, and Pacific Airways. Folks, those are some pretty big airlines in a flight from Miami to Atlanta. Atlanta is going to be just overloaded. So be ready. Delays, be ready. It's going to be fun. We're planning to fly it unless something comes up. And we hope to stream it. So again, so long as nothing big comes up to mess it up. So there we are, folks, high above, well, where are we hiding right now? Let's go ahead and pop in Volanta so you get an idea that way. Just under the FedEx moniker here, that's our airplane right there. So we're just working our way through Wade, on down to Sydney, and so forth, which will be Denver Center. Go ahead and dial that in, 12765. Alright, so we're set up on the radio there. We're in cruise, we're on Mach, radar. Okay. Let's keep it out. Scan. Alright. So, currently nothing on the radar. One last check back here, how we're doing on this. Oh yeah, now we're burning them down right. Totally forgot about turning the boost pumps off after takeoff. Rookie mistake. Oh, I am still a rookie with this plane. I can already hear people go, why are you set at 38,000 over altitude? We got a step climb coming after Sydney to 37,000. I set my pressure to 1,000 over. And now we'll bring this up to 2992 as well. Which will help in the pressurization of the aircraft. All our packs are on. galley powers are on. Hazard tips in the cockpit. Warm it up a little bit here in the upper deck. Cruising along, 0.80. Go ahead and get our next radio fix in here. Just crossing Dillon. Let's put in 17. Was it 17.8? We're still too far out. And that'll be the boy fuel. And we're 25 miles off of Dillon VOR. So I figure about 25, we get past Wade, we should begin to pick it up. That's only, that's 170 miles, so yeah, it'll be at least after Wade. Those are always fun to do. Seemed like a bigger turn than I was expecting there at Wade. Oh, but it is. Yeah, it's a turn. Now we should take a look in here. Not in yet. Not yet. Got everything reset here. All right, folks, we'll just kind of sit back, relax. We still got 3 hours and 50 minutes to go. Hope y'all enjoy the ride. I'll be kind of sitting here and chat. Anything you want to bring up or talk about, hey, bring it up. We'd love to chat away, especially with 3 hours and 50 minutes to go to Miami. Sorry, folks, heard a weird noise. Still really haven't tracked it down, but so that's why I was away trying to figure it out. Alright, so there we are, folks. You know what? I am going to get back into plane one more time. Do have the wing lights off. Okay, so we're set here. We're basically in cruise, folks. Check our fuel levels. Alright, so 4,000 would be about 25-ish. Okay. And then what we're going to do is turn those pumps back on and then also hit the reserve tanks. You see, folks, a lot to do on this plane to monitor. So, you know, like I said, I highly recommend it. And Again, here's a link for it for those that may be new coming in, checking us out. There you go. That'll get you right on track with the 747. And it's not for beginners. I will warn you ahead of time. Zebo. I would put that up there almost, you know, that's a pretty basic airplane. I mean, oh, it's complicated, don't get me wrong. But it's not that complicated, folks. This one, you need to know what you're doing. And even then, like I said, it threw a curveball at me last time. So, unless I did something way wrong, it threw me a curveball. So, but that's okay. That's what makes sometimes flying the sim so much interesting. Is every flight is different, folks. Y'all can say, "Ah, you're just there is no point to flight simming." Yeah, actually there is, folks. Improving your landings, takeoffs. I mean, folks, this plane here works you hard. But if you got failures on, or get aircraft that already have them turned on, those can become challenging to figure out how do I land it? How do I do this? How do I get around it? So, folks, this is a working plane. Like I said, it's 3-man aircraft in the real world that you're the one doing it all. Okay? So, just keep that in the back of your mind. You got a captain, first officer, that's what you're looking at there. And then over here, behind the panel with all the gauges and dials and oh my, this first name is the flight engineer. So, yeah, you got to work on this one, folks. Speaking of work, we're beginning to drift in. Let's see, am I showing some returns here on Volante? Yes, I am. Let's see. Probably not showing up on my radar. Let's drop down to Gordon Benton 061C. Blech. Try that one more time. My apologies. Gordon Benton 0616. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate you coming along, supporting the stream like that. All right. We just moved that one a little too far. There we go. And we are getting some returns. So yeah. And we're at altitude, so probably not going to affect us. If this was Georgia, Florida, yeah, we'd probably be, well, we'd be seeing weather, but we wouldn't see it like Active Sky does. I remember the first time I fired it up, the towering thunderstorms was unreal. Not like this where they put them close and you can tell they're cumulus, but oh my gosh, were they were the storms you would expect. Top to bottom. You could look down and tell that wasn't just 2,000 or 3,000 feet below the plane. All right, let's see what comes after. Looks like Sydney. 114. We're going to be out of range there. What's this? Muddy Mountain, 16. Out by the Casper, Wyoming area. and into his approach. Oh, that would explain why. What's Sydney, Nebraska like? 1590. Do not expect it to tune in. Or would I expect mile high? Cheyenne might. 1310. But we definitely got Cheyenne tuning in. We just don't have the DME just yet. Saw the needle move. Alright, so we are tracking towards Sydney, Nebraska. And then from there to the Razorback VOR, that's down in Arkansas. And then on down into Mississippi, over into Florida, and hopefully a nice arrival into Miami on the 8th, unless they change that. Currently, our FMS is set up for the arrival minus the runway, so we'll get the runway in shortly. Probably not until after Razorback at the earliest RZC. So folks, we'll be right back. Got some chores to get done real quick in the house, and we'll see you after this break. Alright folks, I'm back. We're about to get into Denver here, so debating I've got to, oh, what have we got going on here? Okay, there we got 10. I didn't even see Laramie a little closer, but we've got them tuned in. We're going to be getting buzzed by Denver here in a moment, so... Alright, so we are set up. Let's, again, my favorite shots. As we cross over the high plains, folks. Not much to the topography here, folks. All right. My dog needs to get outside. Alright, we're going to drop off VATSIM. And I will be back here in mere moments, folks. I need to get the dog outside to do his business. Stand by, we'll be right back. Okay, folks, we're back. Connected back up with VATSIM. And of course, who's calling? Denver Center. FedEx 811 Heavies with you. Flight level 350.
FedEx 811 Denver Center, hello, squawk 6515.
6515 for FedEx 811. Okay, got that in the box. He'll hopefully come back and say, I found you. Don't remember him saying I did.
FedEx 811, radar contact 30 miles southwest of Muddy Mountain.
That's all we were waiting on. All right, folks, we are now connected with Denver Center. And looking at about 3 hours, 20 minutes to destination. So enjoy the ride. Hope you have a great day and stick around. Who knows what kind of fun we'll get into.
On 2050, leave them at airspace, mini centers closed, frequency change approved. Alright, let's proceed to conference, your flight 2050, get in. Spirit Wing 3139, leave them at airspace, Kansas City's closed, frequency change approved. Frequency change approved, Spirit 3139, thank you, boy.
Okay.
Denver Center, Southwest 8275, 340. Southwest to 8375, Denver Center, squawk 6526. Denver Center, Scout 53 in Aspen, we have the weather, report of operating 1960. Scout 53, runway 33, taxi via Alpha. Via Alpha.
Alright, just kind of catching up on the emails here. The big one I've got here is from X-Plane, the Caravan 208.
Southwest 8375, radar contact 60 miles west of Garden City. Descend via
This features
the next three arrival, landing South Denver, all 7 minutes, 2982. Via the arrival, we have the weather and landing South.
nice, isn't it? Okay, Cessna 208, one of the top rated planes. So is the Piper Arrow 3 G5. Diamond came in, as well as
Spirit
the
Wings 2029, leave them at airspace, LA is
Labs
closed, frequency change
Cessna
approved, good day.
172. So folks, a lot of good GA aircraft. We do have a couple of GA events planned. So we'll be putting May out here soon. We're still trying to pin down a couple things. But like I said, I do plan the caravan to come back.
Runway X-ray 540 Denver Center, climb maintain, flight level 320.
Still ridiculously loud. All right, so hopefully we'll get that up and going again. The caravan.
53, runway
Who knows?
33,
Maybe that new one I'll be flying. But this is one of those situations, folks, where I love the ability to turn them down. They just run at full blast and don't care because they think they have to be heard. No, that's why I've got a nice volume level here. I can turn them down. And this isn't like something for the stream. This is right in the cockpit, folks, so you can do this too. Just reach down here to the comm panel, turn them down. They kind of annoy me. There's one out of Albuquerque that's really annoying how loud he is. And they tell me to do a mic test. Well, you know what? They need to also. All right, let me pull this up so it doesn't. Okay. Don't know what I was seeing, but just had to check around. All right, Sydney should be coming in as well, so let me come back up here. Sydney VOR. $15.90. In range. Of course,
This guy's 53 is radar contact, stay altitude. Guys, 53, climb and maintain flight level 210.
Okay, well, keep Cheyenne in for a little longer. Not sure why Sydney's not tuning in. All right, so okay, let's bounce to this side. I do want to check my fuel. Oh, there it is. Now it's tuned in. Maybe I had it wrong. There we go. All right, so we can, as you can see, I can use this to help out down here. All right, and ground speed's about 490. Tracking in 130 miles out of Sydney, Nebraska. All right.
653, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Climb and maintain 330,
Okay, just starting to come out of the Rockies, out into the Great Plains area of the country, and working our way to Sydney, then on to towards Arkansas. Well, welcome aboard, everybody out there in the chat area and those lurking about. We sure appreciate you coming along. Like I said, this was a long flight, close to 5 hours, a little over 5 hours from Vancouver to Miami. We do need to get in and check our fuel. Okay, so let's first turn on our pumps. Just a little more. I let my tanks get down too low. So we'll let the outboard tanks get down so we can get that 4,000 pounds in there balanced out. Get to about 19. Around Sydney, we'll switch back, drain the reserves, and go on from there, tank the engine. Now, if I'd have closed these two off, that would have starved the engine of fuel because there's nothing coming to it. Kind of got to look at the way the piping. Really good diagramming here, folks. So this is your fuel line connecting the engines and all the fuel lines. So if you turn these on, all the engines are getting fuel from their respective tanks. Start shutting them down, then the other pumps or the other tanks take over. So that's why I say this plane isn't for beginners. This actually, you got to think through what you're doing. And I let it get down too low. That's shame on me. As long as your cross feed valves are open, that shows you how your fuel is going. So that way now, 1 and 4 are filling all the engines, are taking care of all the engines. If I turn these pumps back on, then all the pumps are running. You'll see what I mean here in a second. We're going to be going in about 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
Center, Catherine Skyway 4745, 230. Sky 4745, Denver, center, climb and maintain flight level 310. 310, Skyway 45.
Alright, we're just waiting for them to get down around 19.
Delay United 652, flight level 200, climbing to flight level 230.
There, 653, Denver, center, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Delay 3, flight level 360, United 652.
Alright, so we just keep heading on. We're just about 3 hours away from Miami. I think that might help out in seeing better on that chart.
The 233 is leaving my airspace, many centers closed, frequency change approved.
Okay, it's going to take a little bit to get down where we need to
Center,
be.
so what was that? United 233. Delta 2054, however, you are now going to be leaving my airspace here shortly. LA is closed, frequency change approved. Thanks for your service. Good day, Delta 2054.
Denver Center, American 4466 is with you inbound to Denver. Is it national? We're 54360.
American 4466, Denver Center, squawk 6560.
6560, American.
Welcome to everybody out there. If you like seeing the 747, or if you just like the stream, we'd sure love for you to follow us. We've had a couple of great follows today. Would love to get our numbers up even higher. Just flat out amazes looking at 175. I'd love to see it go up, but amazing. 175 people love this, have come in and followed the stream and just love flight simming. So
American 4466, we're at a kinetic 59 miles north of Garden City.
looks like from the crawl at the top, we're about halfway to Miami right now. So, like I warned folks, this is a long flight, and in about 2.5, 3 hours, we should be there.
Denver Center, good afternoon. Spirit Wings 244 with you, flight level 370. Spirit Wings 244, Denver Center, squawk 6525. 6525, Spirit Wings 244.
Alright folks, the goal here with the fuel, you want more fuel closer to the fuselage than out of the in the wings, so that's why we're draining down a little more. Once we get comfortable, we want it less, you don't want all that weight out of the wing, you want it closer to the fuselage, so that's why we're burning it down.
Southwest 1001, Denver Center, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Maintain flight level 380, Southwest 1001.
And we're down into the 19 area now. Let's get them a little further. Because basically what we're going to be doing here, folks, once we get all the pumps turned back on, we're going to then open up the cross feeds for these reserve tanks, 1 and 4, so they'll drain in. I don't know the reasoning behind that. Why Boeing set the fuel system up that way, I don't know. But it is what it is, you know, it's iconic, you know, as it is. Ah, much better. Alright, and so once we were starting to get...
244, ready to contact 23 miles northwest of Vernal.
There has to have been a reason why they did it, unless that's just the way technology was back then. Okay, we're real close right now.
So 8375, connect Denver approach 120.35.
Hold to approach, Southwest 85, thanks.
I just want to make sure that when we throw that 3,700 pounds in, we won't go higher than what we have in the 2 inner tanks towards the fuselage. Folks, if you know why Boeing set it up this way, I'd sure love to learn in the chat room. Or join us over on our Discord channel. You know, we'd love to hear interesting things like that.
Flash 4 level. Denver landing south, altimeter is 2981. Flash 4 right.
Okay, now technically we should be good, but I'm going to let her get down close to right at 19,000 before I start her up. Maybe even click over into the 18s. We'll be right back to here. How are we looking up here? 6 miles to Sydney, Nebraska. I think our step climb is about to happen. Hoping we get out of Denver's airspace before... Yeah, we'll be out of their airspace. So hopefully Kansas City will stay away from us and we'll be able to do that easily. Okay, and I think we just crossed over Sydney, Nebraska, so let's go to Hayes, 17.7. Wow, there's a Hayes City and a Hayes. Wow, we gotta be careful with that. Okay, we're good enough now. So first thing, let's get our pumps on. Okay. Reserve tank 1, reserve tank 4, opened up and drained. So they'll be going into number 1 main. You'll see the numbers going back up. And we'll leave these open till they drain out, then we can close them. See how they're coming up? They got 3,700 pounds of fuel. Back to that. Okay. Now from Sydney to Razorback, that's one of the longer runs we have here. 300 miles to the
Central aircraft Emerson is closing at the bottom of the hour, 1930 Zulu.
Then down here around Bentonville's where our fix is after. So we got about a 500-mile run. Alright, let's go back and see how our fuel situation is. Looking good.
Straightways 244 descend via Law and 2 arrival Denver landing south and route 7 at 2
closes. We're definitely outside Denver's airspace.
Descend via the
We'll climb up to 37,000. And I'll show you just how simple that is in this plane. Not so much in some other ones, but this one it's very simple. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, we're draining. Gens are all looking good. 2 is good.
Denver, hello, Boeing, November 678, Mike Mike. November 768, Mike Mike, Denver. November 678, Mike Mike, how you doing? Just over the Hayden VOR, VFR off of Hayden, looking to the
Oh, sorry, didn't resist.
November 768, Mike Mike, squawk 6516, maintain VFR. Sorry, I didn't get the squawk 6566 for 8, Mike Mike. November 678, Mike, well, it usually helps if I take the right call sign, so it's going to be 6555 now, 6555. 6555, 678, Mike.
You know, sometimes I wonder if they're listening in. Hump day. It's a U.S. thing, folks, sorry. I think it's Geico, maybe Progressive, who knows, but that was hilarious when it first came out.
Number 678 Mike, Mike's radar contact position, altitude is reported. Are you able to maintain your own terrain obstruction avoidance between your present altitude and 13,000?
Yeah, we're in Mike, Mike.
Number 8 Mike, Mike is cleared to Kirksville Regional Airport via as filed, climb and maintain. Flight level 360 for now.
Flight level 360 cleared as filed, 678 Mike, Mike.
Mike. Oh, man. Hump days. Gotta love them. Gotta love them, folks. All right, let's get back out here looking at the plane. Staying out of trouble that way. All right, so we are on our way, folks. We're getting close to where we have to shut off the reserve tank cross feeds, but then we'll be pretty much step climb up to 37,000, and then we're just trucking on down to Miami. So, folks, it's been a good ride so far. 2 hours, 40 minutes to fly.
653 radar contact lost.
So, just kind of looking around. Looks like once we clear Denver, got a pretty well clean shot. Look at that line of storms. Wow. They're bearing down on us. Well, maybe. Can't tell if they're bad or not, but yeah, we got a line of storms coming in St. Louis, where I live, right in this area. All right, so let's head over to the fuel tanks, shall we, and see where we stand. 0 and 0. Close. 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 And there we go, folks. We are now tank to engine, meaning pump 1, number 1 tank is feeding number 1 engine, number 2 engine, and so forth. Now, some say to close off this one. I get a little nervous. I kind of stay with the easiest way there and just keep moving on. Kind of look over everything else. Okay, that's all looking good. Sorry about that, folks. All right, well, we'll be clearing Denver here in 5 minutes. At that point, I plan to step climb to 37,000, and then that will set us up, folks, for the arrival into Miami. And no, folks, that is not the ocean ahead of us. That is a scenery glitch.
Number 8 Mike for traffic, turn left heading 050, expect direct to Gale.
050, 678 Mike.
Just a scenery glitch. Don't know if that means my scenery settings are too high, too low, what's going on there. So you all know. Love to hear it or see it in the chat. All I'm doing, folks, is setting the speed bug so when we start descent, we'll be ready to go.
November 8 Mike, climb and maintain, flight level 390.
Flight level 390.
And you can see the scenery glitch, and I don't know what causes that. I can't remember that in FSX. Just been way too long, so we'll deal with it, folks. But he should be closing up shop here in about 2 to 3 minutes.
Number 8, Mike, Peter, Gill.
Everybody, Gill 8, Mike 5.
All right, so let me take a look at something here.
Sky was 4745, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved, no further ATCs available.
Over to Unicom, Sky was 4745. Have a great rest of your night, man.
You too. Romeo X-ray 540 is leaving my airspace, no further ATC available, frequency change is approved. Sky was 53, descend at 5's discretion, maintain 10,000 rapid. City altimeter is 2970.
Discretion down to,
Okay, got Hill City.
Sky 53, verify 10,000,
Hayes
10,000.
is what's up.
10,000.
We come a beam. Hayes will be at our step climb.
Marking 4466, contact Denver approach 120.35, good day.
120.35.
Spirit Wings 244, contact Denver approach 120.35, good day.
0.35 Spirit Wings 244, see ya.
I'm just curious if he's going to announce he's closed or what he's going to do.
Potential aircraft time is 1931, Denver Center is now closed, all aircraft monitor Unicom 122.8.
That is us.
See you, Austin.
Bye-bye.
Alright, so we're over to Unicom. Hill City will be about 360 gauge, okay. Alright, so we got a little ways to go here, folks, before the step climb. Let's monitor our fuel tanks, make sure everything's looking good there. They appear to be. Alright, if I take that up to 25, is that place at 77? Yeah, we'll leave it there. Okay. So, folks, we are, as they say, in cruise. No ATC around. And, heck, we're not even currently showing up on SimiWare. See how long, if at all, it updates. Yeah, if you're down in the Memphis area, folks, you are getting soaked. Little Rock over to Memphis, up to Springfield, KC, moving our way to St. Louis, although it's broken up a little bit in between. Yeah, nice little blob of rain. We've had our fair share of rain out here in the Midwest. So, alright, so we're getting close. Look at that, Majami King. Wow. Alright, well, 20 minutes he's been up, so we'll see if he remains up when we get there. Nice. But not getting much on the ATIS when you hover over it. Let's see if Malanta will help. Not really. Okay, so we will. Oh, Orb is putting his prediction in already. A 300 foot per minute predict. All right. Now is always a good time when everything is working. I think I'll put mine in too. Thought I did. That's why I want to. Alright, well, you know what? It won't hurt to do it again. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. There we go. Much better. 10 feet per minute? Nah, I don't think I can come close. Although, you never know. Check my fuel one more time here, folks. Everything's looking good. Engines. Packs. Let's see if, oh, here we go. Lead pressure's checked, okay. Alright, just looking to see what all we need to be doing while we're in cruise, and it looks like we've got them. Lights, signs, altimeters are set, and we're watching the bleed and the pressure. Oh, Kansas City, I think, came up. Alright, let's go ahead and do our step climb then. See how easy that is, folks? That way we can cross in and say we're at flight level 377. Or 370, sorry. 25,725. See how this gentleman does. Kansas City's one of those that have always given us problems. So we'll see if today is we beat the odds. Alright, once we clear their airspace, folks, we'll start talking through what we plan down in the Miami area, as they're still online. I kind of zoom in. Alright, let me check something here real quick, and he'll probably be calling me any second. Well, we got rain getting ready to move in, some storms with it. So we'll see how that plays out. Hopefully not horrible. So, but thank you all, those of you that have stuck it out this 2 hours and 40 minutes, we'll call it, actually probably closer to 3 hours and 40 minutes. We do appreciate you. I am on Unicom still. Yep, okay. Well, we're in Kansas City. I'm not sure if he's covering out here. Well, he knows how to reach me if he needs me. Is that right? 25. It looks like here comes that batch of rain. Well, no, we're still pretty good distance out, so well, a lot of clouds ahead of us. And we're still 070 at 17. Gusty winds, a little bit lower ceiling, but still no talk of rain or anything in Miami. Okay. Let's see if we can tune in. Alright, so we're getting closer to Wichita. Alright, so we are headed that way, folks. Reflection kind of driving me a little bonkers, so time to take it outside. Kansas City went down. No wonder we didn't reach me. Alright folks, well we're going to take a short break here again. use the lav, get a couple chores set up in the house here. The wife ought to be home soon. And I just got notice on my computer, rain is a-coming again. I think this April's going to go down as one of the wetter Aprils we've had in a while. But again, as the song says, April showers bring May flowers. So we'll see if that holds true this year. Like I said though, folks, you know, when you live out in the Midwest, any rain, especially before summer, is always good, because summer, you never know. Are we going into drought, or are we going to see a lot more rain? Never know. So we'll take the rain, and that way we'll have it when the drier times come. So, but we'll be right back, folks. See you in a few. Yeah, I am here. As you've seen, the screen's moving about. 260. Go. Right, and let's get a good box. I guess Wichita's. Okay, so we're coming up close to Company, and then headed on down. So just using this to kind of, wait a minute, I stand corrected. Redmond, R-E-D-M-N, pretty close to. That'll be the 9.5 radio coming off of it. So, you know, we're just working our way there, folks. Way to go, but we now are about 2 hours, give or take a little bit out, and we then working our way into the area there. And I am going to take one more break here, folks, to make sure the dog gets taken care of. So hang on a second. Alright folks, I'm back. I do apologize. I've got a obstinate dog that doesn't want to go to the restroom when you take him outside, so my apologies again. So, 1 second, let me check something. Sorry for that, folks. I just wanted to make sure. Had a door open and its temperature felt like it was dropping outside, so I wanted to make sure it was closed and locked. Made chilly out there for 60s, right? But the wind is up, so I'm sure that's why. So, but anyway, enough on this side. Let's take a look at where we're at. That's a shot that I like. Alright, there we go. As we're taking Atlas across from Vancouver to Miami. Not going to be far off from Memphis. Yeah, we'll be probably about 100 miles south. So I hope you've enjoyed this long run, folks. We don't do them that often. I'd like to do them more, but they are hard to do, folks. It's 6 hours of flying without a takeoff and without a landing, with only one takeoff, one landing. And I know many a streamer that goes 6 to 8 hours out here, but they also break it up with a couple of legs in there. So, and I try to on Wednesdays, but today I just needed to reposition to Miami for the upcoming event this weekend that FedEx is part of. It's going to be from Miami to Atlanta, and UPS and Pacific Virtual will be there. I was with Pacific Virtual, as I said in the opening remarks here, about 20 years ago. I was with that organization. I forget the hub I was with, but it was a long time ago. Really good. I mean, nothing to complain about there. It was a hub man. I think it was in Chicago is where I was out of. I don't know. But I was a hub manager there. It was a really good VA. I only left, I believe, it's because I started up my own and didn't want a conflict there, where I'm flying with mine, not theirs, and then I get booted because I didn't fly. That happens a lot out here, folks. But being with FedEx, I'm going to, it's actually one of the few events I've actually gotten the chance to fly in, hopefully. Hopefully nothing comes up in between. But I'm looking forward to it. Be a nice short hour and a half, 2 hour flight into some heavily congested airspace. Always is on VATSIM. I'd like to say always is, but as I look at the Volanta map here at the below the aircraft, I don't see the Atlanta up. So, oh well, there's Atlanta right there, by the way, folks. So, kind of quiet right now. Give it time; it'll wake up. But the event is scheduled for 20Z, so you do the math to figure your time zone. Central time zone, folks, that's 3 o'clock. So 3 p.m. Saturday the 23rd. Look for a ton of traffic coming out of Miami through Jacksonville into Atlanta airspace to Atlanta, Hartsfield. So I am currently gonna try to fly the 767. Part of me thought about this plane, but no, I'd get a little too confusing. FedEx, you know, I'll fly with the FedEx aircraft. This is fun, and I plan to fly it a lot more than I have. But for the event, I will probably take to the skies either 727 or more than likely 767. So, but feel free to join in, folks. You know, water's warm. Come on in. Let's, you know, learn the flight sim. Learn talk on VATSIM. It's not hard, folks. It really is not. Can be daunting sometimes the way they go, but overall it's not a bad thing. So, and I will be right back. I think my wife just got home. All right, folks. Yes, the wife is home. Hallelujah. No, just dog trying to get acclimated, just being a little bit of a pain in the new surroundings and not wanting to go to the bathroom. So hopefully, with the rain moving in and all, yeah, I don't know if that's a contrail or scenery much. But anyway, you're back. 2 hours to go, folks. What's Memphis called? Looks like I'm in their space. We're just getting into it. I think I'm on the frequency 33. Still, they haven't come. So I don't usually jump close. You gotta reach out to me. I'm not gonna go reach for you guys because I did that once and nobody talked to me. That's because they cover the area, but they don't. If that makes sense. Meaning, they may or may not see you on their scope, so they don't reach out to you. So I'm not going to. And then they can't see you anyway, so. So. I leave it to them. Alright, so we are 1 hour 55 minutes out, which is about a normal stream for us folks. So those of you coming on board, welcome in. You enjoy. There's Memphis. And we'll be FedEx 811 Heavy with you, flight level 370.
FedEx 811 Memphis Center ident.
.811's identity.
Yeah, FedEx 811 radar contact by level 370, 11 miles southeast of Razorback.
FedEx 811 copies, that would be us. That would be us, folks. 15 miles off, 15 off Razorback. Let's see if there's some VOR kind of routes. Let's see, down first off, let's...
FedEx 112, contact Memphis approach 125.8.
1258, things ready to see. FedEx 112.
Alright, 13.9.
That is JetBlue 1807 on the publicly for arrival with Bravo.
JetBlue 1807 Memphis Center ident.
Site. Ready in. Rest. This is a pretty long-legged.
JetBlue 1807's radar contact 17 miles north of Livingston at flight level 230. Descend via the Paisley 4 arrival landing south. Nashville altimeter 3016.
Make it a little more bearable.
JetBlue 1807, you can land a visual approach runway 20 left. Southwest 2041 is cleared to Little Rock Airport via radar vectors direct Holbrook for the Holbrook 3 arrival into Memphis. Maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 210 minutes after departure. Departure is this frequency, squawk 1564. Southwest 2041, readback is correct. Push and start your discretion. Call for taxi. Plan runway 22 left. Whiskey just came up on the ATIS, 2 miles, heavy rain, broken at 2,200, temperature 14, the altimeter 2997.
Pushing my discretion, you expect 22 left. So you can hear all the fun going on below us. That's pushing into our area here in St. Louis. Just about over the river. Always cracks me up. Alright, so 096. So when the line comes over, folks, we'll be right at Argy, then we're on our way down to Richmond. So thanks for the support today. Hope you have a great night, and we'll see you on Friday. Have a good one. Alright, so, and I look up there and see 175 followers, kind of like good friend, streamer, Melvin Leroy. Like him last night, just amazes me. That many people wanting to watch.
American 332, leaving airspace, Indy's offline. Radar service terminated, frequency change approved. Have a good flight.
Even those that subscribe, we sure appreciate you. Really is humbling to look at that. So, thank you so much. Alright, we are cooking across Arkansas right now, coming into Little Rock here shortly, then on our way out to Crestview, Sarasota. Oh, and the arrival into Miami. Looking here on somewhere, we're reaching to Little Rock, in between Little Rock, Memphis. Miami is still up, has been up quite the time. See if they remain. Jacksonville has come down, and Atlanta's still there, for the most part. So, but again, folks, feel free. We're going to be trying our best to stream this weekend, Saturday, as we join up with FedEx. We're flying for today from Miami to Atlanta. And I'm welcoming you all along. Feel free to fly. Folks, it's, what, hour and a half?
JetBlue 1807, fly heading 250, vectors visual approach, descend and maintain 4,000.
hours of flying time, a lot of ATC, a lot of action between Miami and Atlanta. It'll be a fun time, folks. Not sure how much we'll be actually able to interact with you. Well, actually, it all depends on how ETC, if they show up. So Atlanta always shows up. I can't remember a weekend where I never saw them at least center, if not all the way to the ground in Atlanta. So, look forward to seeing you then, folks. At about the 1 hour estimated time en route, we'll start thinking about the arrival. It's not an RNAV arrival, it's a conventional one, meaning we're going to be flying off the ORs. Maybe. We might just, let the FMC do it. We'll determine all of that as we get closer. And kind of waiting to see what runways are going to be available for us, because if they switch to the 1-2s, it'll definitely make it a fun arrival. I'm going to take a commercial break right now, folks, so we'll be right back.
FedEx 23, contact Memphis approach 125.8.
Hi, 25.8, FedEx 23 Heavy.
Southwest 2041, runway 22 left, taxi via Uniform Romeo.
Southwest via Uniform Romeo, Southwest 2041.
Blue 1807, turn right, heading 270 vectors. JetBlue 1807, descend and maintain 3000.
Excuse me, folks.
JetBlue 1807, the Nashville Airport at your 10 to 11 o'clock and 14 miles reported in sight. JetBlue 1807, cleared visual approach, runway 20 left.
Cleared visual approach, this is at 10:13.
Southwest 2481, wind 140 at, wind 150 at 4, fly runway heading, runway 22 left, cleared for takeoff.
Fly runway heading, and clear for takeoff, runway 22 left, Southwest 2481.
Okay, so we are currently passing by.
JetBlue 1807, cleared visual approach, runway 20 left.
Okay, so we are currently. Okay, this is VOR2, so we are currently east. East of. Getting ready to come up on Argosy here. Actually, I think we're across. Oh, we got about 17 miles. Okay, so let's go not get this VOR.
Southwest 2041, radar contact, say altitude.
Currently 4,245, Southwest 2045.
Southwest 2041, altitude checks, economy maintain flight level 210 and turn left heading 100, when able proceed direct Holbrook.
We'll climb to 210 and fly 210 direct over Southwest 2045.
Okay, so we're past Little Rock. Work off of Memphis, I think we can here. Oh yeah, let's pull Memphis in 17.5.
JetBlue 1807, Nashville, wind 17013, gust 25, runway 20 left, clear to land.
Get Arsenal Delta Alpha Juliet Charlie Lima 3900.
Delta Alpha Juliet Charlie Lima, Memphis Center, squawk 1576.
Be right back, folks.
Delta Alpha Juliet Charlie Lima, radar contact, flight level 390, 40 miles southeast of Monroe. 1398 Memphis Center, squawk 1530.
1530, Delta 1398.
HL aircraft information, X-ray current at Little Rock, the Little Rock altimeter 29906. JetBlue 1807, welcome to Nashville, 2 right turns on hotel, taxi to the ramp via Hotel Juliet Tango 6. Down to 1398, radar contact level 340, 40 miles to the, correction, 50 miles to the east of Meridian.
Memphis Center, Southwest 2481. For some reason I'm not able to get the landing south arrival into my SMC is only except for the landing north.
Southwest 2041, roger, stand by one, let me coordinate with Memphis.
Any advice on how to fix it? I'm open to any ideas on SMC troubleshooting.
So, trying to go back to my Boeing days, you select the runway and then the transition, is that right?
Right, I did that. Issues that y'all were flying in on a localizer, or not localizer, visual. So, I could probably I could try an RNAV approach if you want to try that.
Try putting in the ILS, so let's just try the ILS to 18 right, see if it takes that.
Okay, ILS to 18 right. When I do that, I'm getting the Edmondson transition. So I'm still going, it's got me right from Hobart, direct ROCAP, direct USR, then direct to Dolphin. It bypasses the landing north, or correction, landing south.
Alright folks, that should do it for me on
Delta Alpha Juliet, Charlie Lima, leaving my airspace. Houston's offline, radar service terminated, things change group.
Unicom, Delta Charlie Lima, thank you.
Alright, so let's see here. Oh, not being followed. Sorry for that, folks. I just happened to look up and see that. Right. It's about 180 from Memphis.
Southwest 2041, Memphis. Southwest 2041, you're now cleared to the Memphis airport via direct Holbrook, and then after Holbrook, direct Twickle. That's Tango, Whiskey, India, Kilo, Lima, direct to the airport, maintain flight level 210.
I'm only on 210, not 410, Southwest 2041.
Negative, sir, maintain maintain flight level 210. After Holbrook, clear direct Twickle, that's Tango, Whiskey, India, Kilo, Lima, and then direct to the airport at Southwest 2041.
Okay.
Think I'm out of block. Go ahead if you read that.
Southwest 2041 cleared Hobart, then Twickle, then direct Memphis, Southwest 2041.
Is that correct?
Okay, so just working, you know, keeping us on track. Actually, I'm gonna put Meridian. Perfect. Because after Meridian, we'll be pretty close to Crestview then, and we can tune it in. For now, the 066, which will be not far off here, folks. Be about right there when this big needle swings, and that'll be when we're pretty close to the halfway point to Crestview. Then we got Meridian to help bounce out some cross-fixing too. But folks, we are well into it. Let's see. We're 593 miles out currently of top of descent. Let me pull up Volanta, back out a little. Okay, not seeing what I want to there. Yeah, we got no ATIS for Miami, so I was kind of hoping to get one. Alright, well, we know the weather. I'm curious what the...
Southwest 2041, cross Twickle at 9,000, and Memphis altimeter 3001.
We'll cross Twickle at 9,000, Southwest 2041.
Uh-oh. Oh, I shut it down for no reason. Dang it. I misspelled it. Okay, try that again. Okay, 05013. It's still pretty much the same weather. Alright, I am going to take another break here. We got some stuff going on with the closing on Friday.
Southwest 2041, contact
I
Memphis
need to
approach
attend to, so
125.8.
I'll be right back.
We'll contact Memphis approach 125.8. See you next year, service.
Be right back.
Confirmation, Yankees, current Little Rock altimeter 2905.
All right, folks, I do apologize. Things about mortgages that are aggravating when you're selling and buying. All right. So, past cited. Oh, we're out of Memphis range. So let's bring this Meridian. Okay. Okay, so we're in between sighted VOR and Meridian. just north of both, so kind of neat seeing the same numbers. Because they are the same numbers. 14.7. There we go. And eventually I'm going to be tuning in. Press release. Actually, hey, look it up now. Let's give it a shot. 15.9. Perfect. And we'll use Meridian to work off of it. Perfect. Alright folks, so we are getting there slowly but surely. As soon as we clear out of Memphis, we can start talking about the arrival. Okay, I want to go hear what's going on with our mortgage, so bear with me. Well, I can't. Too close to getting out of Memphis, so I hate when these things happen and I'm in the middle of a stream. Alright, well, we'll keep going through here and I'll get briefed by the CEO here, Flying with Mike. Alright, but welcome in, folks. I hope you all enjoy the stream. So, if you do like the stream, my apologies, I was just kind of reading some things here on the Twitch screens revolving around this stream. Hey, feel free to click follow. Folks, we'd love to have you following us, coming on board. We do hope, put that in huge quotes, Fly Friday. Things got a little discombobulated now that I may or may not be able to get up Friday. We'll kind of see part of these phone calls right now we're getting revolve. It's the closing on the house we own to the buyer of that. So we've gone through the first half, but closing on the house we're in now. Now we're trying to get through that. It's one of those where you just say, so. But welcome aboard. Thanks for supporting the stream. Thanks for coming out and giving us a try. Like I said, clicking follow just sends you an email. So, alrighty. So we are 15 miles, I believe. Check. Let me check the alarms. Looks like we're about 15 miles from Meridian. So once we come out of Memphis airspace, we'll be able to talk about the arrival because, well, folks, it can get tricky in Miami because if they start landing on the 1-2s, that closes the 8s and the 9s to arrivals and departures, which, as you can tell, then they don't like doing it. That's a lot of runways. So land and hold shorts are only good for smaller aircraft like this. It's tough to land in short sometimes.
Potential aircraft information, Zulu, current at Little Rock, the Little Rock altimeter 29904.
Okay, must be something going on at Little Rock. But anyway, we'll be talking more about that. We'll plan our arrival. I'm hoping we get an ATIS up here soon. Well, no, Miami just went down, so forget it. Welcome to flight simming, folks. You start planning and then they throw that curve at you. So right now we're going to plan 8 right. That way we can come off to the left, taxi back into the FedEx area. So, and we'll get a full weather briefing and all here in a minute.
So 1398, contact Houston Center 134.42.
134.42, Delta 1398, so long.
Alright, we should be getting handed off here too soon. I don't know if Atlanta's coming up.
Memphis Center, good evening, FedEx 205 Heavy with you, flight level 320 from the south.
FedEx 205 Memphis Center, squawk 1555.
Squawking 1555, FedEx 205 Heavy.
FedEx 811, you're leaving my airspace. Atlanta's currently offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a good flight to Miami.
FedEx 811 Heavy copies. Thanks. Have a great day.
You too, sir.
As soon as I heard
FedEx 205 radar contact 5.
Alright, I'll be right back, folks. Okay, folks, sorry about that. A really complicated deal going on with our sell of our house. We did fine with the purchase of this house, but it's, yeah, very complicated. Shocked I actually kind of understood. So, welcome to real estate. All right, but welcome aboard, Victor V35. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. Okay, looking, let me get a refix on where I am. Okay, we're coming into CW. Then across the Gulf to Sarasota. And then in for the arrival. So, let's see which, I think COM 1 is CW. Nav 1, Nav 2, yeah, I definitely know how it is. Hang on a second. Let's get down here to Sarasota. There's 17. Oh, the same frequency. Alright. Well, this will zero out here soon, folks. Probably in about 40 to 50 miles. And then when it picks back up, we'll be closing in on Sarasota. So let's start taking a look at this arrival, shall we? Like I said, it's a conventional arrival. We're coming in here at Sarasota. So looking up here in the top, there's the ATIS for Miami. And we'll look at the graphic for the elevation. It's not much above sea level. But transition obviously is 18,000. Radars required, DMEs required. Folks, this is a conventional arrival, meaning we're flying basically off VOR onto a VOR. So let me show you what I mean. We're going to be coming in like this. When I'm coming in out of Tampa, we're coming in. Imagine Miami going out. Come into Sarasota. Come out of Sarasota on the 152 radio tracking outbound to Palms. And I don't really have a good DME fix on this. That's kind of weird. But anyway, at Palms, we'll be tracking inbound on the 281 to Dolphin. Okay, so when those two match, we make the turn. Now, there's no altitude constraints or anything on this. So, for us planning to land on the northern runway here, 8 right, sorry. We're going to track the COFs, and then we're going to kind of come off COFs and head for our localizer. Right now, we're planning the Localizer Approach, or ILS Approach, runway 8 right. Frequencies again across the top. Okay, now for this ILS approach, we're looking at 110.3. Identified Mike Fox Alpha. Hang on just a second. I think someone's at my door. Stand by. The wife was doing something. Anyway, so we're going to come over Chrome. But first off, my bad, we were up here. So 110.3. Final approach course will be 092. Now at Lawn, which is right here with 6.3 3 DME fix. We need to be at 1,500 feet on the glide slope. So we'll have everything dialed in. And like I referred to earlier, let me swing it back so you can see. You can see now Meridian has cleared. All right, continuing. Actually, you know what? Let me make this a little easier on everyone's eyes. Whoops. There, that'll make it a little easier. 092, the lawn, 1,500 feet. Now the decision altitude is 450 feet MSL. That's 440 feet AGL. So we're required to be up a little bit on this arrival. We're going to cross Dolphin as we go in. So that's why I said probably Koff will turn to intercept Chrome, follow it in. And the airport is 9 feet above sea level. Alright, so here's the missed approach. I'll let you all read it. It's basically we fly out left-hand pattern back, and then we'll fly off radial 335 of Dolphin up to Urbra, or the hold. Okay, again, here's what it looks like. Here's the vertical. Chrome at or above 3,000. Cobra at or around 3,000. Lawn at 1,500. Now, from lawn to the missed approach point, I'm figuring us at about 150, 160. We'll get a better feel here in a minute. In a minute and 25 seconds to a minute and 14, so we'll kind of interpolate what we get. And we'll probably be doing about an 800 foot a minute descent. That's how you know you're on path. Okay, for this runway, we have a Mauser with Pappies on the left-hand side. And we will be very careful with this. Possibility the other side's Pappies may be on there too. Let's see if there's any notes up here. Okay, simultaneous approaches, so we could have aircraft coming in on 9. Vertical glide slope and ILS glide path do not match. Autopilot coupled approach not authorized below 500 feet, and the localizer is unusable 1.2 miles out. How about them? Those are some important things right there, folks. So we're going to be basically probably hand flying a lot of this. Alright, so the ILS again, decision height 450 feet. So if when we read the METAR, kind of put this in your mind, visualize. If the METAR has a broken or overcast condition at 449 feet or lower, so 004, the runway is not usable. We may have to go to 9. We may have to go to 12, whichever one has better minimums. If it's 4, well, in this case it'll be 005, which is 500 feet or better, because you don't get 0045. So now the other thing here, RVR has to be 50 or higher, or 1 SM or higher. Below any of that, you've got to look for a different approach, different runway, or a different airport. Let me put it, even go to the drastic, different airport. Wouldn't think so in Miami. Might be. Like for now, the airport I work at, you can't come in on the ILS for 14 left. It's out of service. So the minimums went up. They were already higher than the other end because they have approach lights. 14 left doesn't. Now that the ILS is out, now you're flying the RNAV, which brings these numbers up. Starting to get the picture. All right. So that takes care of that. Once we're on the ground, though, we got a 10,500 foot runway. So I'm hoping we get off around Lima 10, cross over to Kilo to FedEx. That's what we're hoping for. Okay. All right, so let's punch that out. We're just now going feet wet across the Gulf. So got about an hour to go, folks. So let's turn our attention. I am going to first get rid of Volanta. We're looking for the DME to come alive here soon for Sarasota. Let's right now head up here. Oh, not checklist. Sorry. Calculations, landing. Oh, excuse me. And pardon me while I push this back. Okay. We bring up the airport one more time. Okay, so we're landing 8 right. Okay. 10,500 foot. Airport elevation 9. I think we're going to have to set it at 0. Yep. Runway heading 092. At 90. Slope, don't have that on this page, not going to look it up. Runway currently, let's find out. Alright, so currently we are broken 3,800, broken 6,000, so no rain, so we'll go dry. Outside air temperature is 27 degrees Celsius. Barometric pressure 30. 1/4. Alright, winds right now show 040. Sustained 12. Okay. So, let's look at the METAR. How did I get a lot of this information? Okay, so this is right here telling you the 20th day, these numbers. You're not really seeing it. So when you look at KMIA 202053, so it's the 20th day at 2053 Zulu. Next up, obviously, is your winds at 04012 with gusts to 20. Next up is your visibility, then your clouds. Next is temperature in Celsius. Dew point in Celsius. Then your altimeter. Okay, so we plug all of this data in. Here's what spits out. Last number. Okay. Gives you your flaps. Flaps up at 236, and then we start deploying at 216 all the way down. VREF is 136, so I usually go 10 above, so about 146, 150, might even be 160 coming down, folks. So let's go back to the ILS chart. And thank you for following Isaac the Drummer. Thank you so much for supporting the channel with that follow. We really appreciate you coming on board. Okay, so as we were getting into, here's our table here. Okay, so we don't have a 150. So we have to kind of interpolate. Meaning we have to kind of, okay, well, it's 120, it's 743 feet a minute at 140, and it's 849 for 160. So we're going to kind of say 800. Kind of sits perfectly in the middle there. Maybe a little steeper by just a few. Time-wise, it's a minute 25 seconds from lawn to the missed approach. Minute 14 at 160 knots inbound. So again, we're going to kind of waver it at about 116, 117, and you know, go from there. This is where you get kind of a little wishy-washy, a little where the black and white gets grayed a little. So perfectly legal though. I really hate to tell you all that. Okay, I'm just setting things up here. So when we do come on board, we'll have it ready to go. All right, there we go. All right, so we'll close out of that. You can see we're about to come off this little peninsula here of Florida into the Gulf all out. Now, we're going to run with medium brakes, so we're going to have about 4,000-ish feet of runway at the end. That's as of right now. When we get closer to Sarasota, I'm going to revisit this. Plug in any updated information. Because in about 20 minutes, we'll probably have fresh information. Trying to see, yeah, around 53, so yeah, potentially in about 20 minutes or so, we should have fresh info. All right, so now, what I'm going to do is pull back from this a little, right to there, swing over to the airspeed. We're going to hit set speed bugs, and that just did just that. Set the speed bugs so we know what's going on. Here's our VREF right about here. Okay, so we're 100 miles now off CEW and tracking outbound. So I hope that all made sense. Questions, comments, let me know in the comment field or in the chat box area. If I missed anything on the arrival brief, I would sure love to revisit and learn at the same time. Alrighty, so folks, right now this is a good time for me to interject here and put in a prediction for the landing. To do that, all you do is type in exclamation mark, the word predict, space, and a negative number. We got a couple in there already from while we were way out. Feel free, folks. Love to have more. Isaac the drummer, welcome in. First time chat. How are you, sir? We are doing great, especially now that we're in the down half of the trip. It's been a 6-hour run. We've had a great time up here. Run into some ATC along the way with VATSIM, so been a really good stream so far. Appreciate you coming aboard. Appreciate the follow. Look forward to seeing you Friday and Saturday. More Saturday, I'm hoping to see a lot of y'all with that event going on from Miami to Atlanta. Details came up just a little bit in the chat, but for those who might have just clicked Flying with Mike, Saturday the 23rd, 20 Zulu, that's 3 o'clock Central Time in the U.S. For those of you in that time zone, otherwise do the calculation. We're flying from Miami to Atlanta with, I'll be flying with FedEx, but UPS and Pacific Airways will be joining FedEx from Miami to Atlanta. You can probably figure out they'll probably be ATC. Probably from start to finish, but I know Miami, they've had their troubles here of late, so there may or may not be any there, but Jacksonville and Atlanta, good chance. And those are two pretty big powerhouse VAs combined with FedEx. Yeah, ought to be fun. 153 feet a minute. We'll see if we can't come through for you. All right, we are waiting for the DME to come up. Let me do this. Verify our frequency. $17.0, so it is right. CEW to there is 298 miles, so we're going to be getting in range here soon. And you'll know we're in range when the DME numbers start coming up. Also on the RMI gauge right here, the what I call big fat needle will swing around pointing towards Sarasota. Currently on a 129er, so let's go ahead and set it up. Here we go. Thankfully, the radios have held up. We've had no troubles with the nav radios on this flight. Hallelujah. We, coming out of Ontario for Vancouver 2 weeks ago, a lot of troubles. So that's always great to see.
Climb, climb.
Why am I climbing? Got someone trying to be at our flight level? Got them dead ahead. Go up.
Increase climb. Clear of conflict.
Gotta love it, folks. Somebody, I think, at the wrong flight level. Let me change views on this map. Yep. FedEx. That's me. Okay, well, somebody was at the wrong flight level. It was supposed to be even that direction, so, oh well. All is good. Actually, yeah, I got a feeling the 777 that came at us was climbing to 39,000 and didn't real 38,000 and, well, didn't really pay attention. Whatever. All is good. We're all still in one piece. I'm just like, why am I climbing? So, welcome to the world of VATSIM, where some pay attention, some don't. Alright, let's put Volanta back on there. setting, not that one. Okay, well, we're not getting any word from him, so that's fine. We'll just continue on towards Sarasota. Hopefully we'll be in range here shortly. I know we're about to go out of range. Let me dial in something. 12-0. Actually, no, let's put 17-0 here. And I think we just got into range of Sarasota. Now, what 12 is Cross City. It's over, I don't even know if we can see that here. Well, it would be from the peninsula, that little notch that we just came out off of. Well, over there will be the rest of Florida, the rest of the main peninsula that heads down to Miami. It's right there. So we're using it to kind of cross-fix. Let's set up 244. Well, we blew by that already. 200. That's still ahead of us, okay. Alright, and off of that, we'll tie into St. Peter's, and then we'll be on the arrival. Speaking of the arrival, let's plug in the runway. Miami. Okay, we're going from 8 right. Execute. Bear with me a second here. 11 miles. I'm going to head for KROM. Slide off. Good. 106. Perfect. All right. That'll work. Okay, so Sarasota is now 102 miles out. Verified on DME. Then we come down to Paul's, and then we'll be intercepting the radial off of Dolphin. I got a feeling we got a little ways to go here. That's fine. We are working our way there. Okay, we're going to start, but we can't do much with this one yet. Now, I could come off the INS back to radio and fly this, folks, direct Sarasota. Speaking of which, we need to come up with our altitude. They're saying 120 miles. It's 34 times 3. Well, let's call it 120 miles off. Let's call it for what it is. So roughly at 120 miles, that'll be before Palms. We're going to start our descent. Okay, so miles out. Okay, and we are coming up on my fix here. I really don't have anything to tell you what we'll be close to on the routing, but gives me an idea where we are. So we'll be extrapolating that out to about there. I'll figure about 60, 70 miles out of Sarasota. Like I said, I could, believe me, part of me is thinking about it. Especially since we don't have center. My luck, they'd come up. Okay, we're crossing that fixed point that I set up. Now let's go to 16. Just cross that, so let's set up. I don't have anything taken. Boy, I'm telling you, it's tempting. So about 40 miles off of Sarasota south is where we start our descent. Okay, we are now VOR to VOR, folks. All right. Oh my goodness, here we go. Well, we can always come back to it if we have to. Okay, so from this altitude at about 10 miles out, I'll switch into heading, and then we'll be all get a nice picture of here. Okay, so here we go, folks. Wow. It's actually going to be fun flying it by hand into Sarasota, then onto the arrival. I'm actually going to go ahead and stay in the middle because I'm using both of them. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to 718s. That's going to be pretty close, folks, to us crossing Sarasota. Currently 70 miles from top descent. All right. Okay, currently sure looks like we've got a long way to go for that to swing. Alright, so Sarasota, outbound course. Okay, 20 miles. 5-2. So we are very close to setting our descent as well. Okay, we're 18 and come on down. Awesome, awesome. Someone's up flying as well. Isaac the drone. On arrival into Baltimore. All right, let's go ahead, dial. All right, let's dial in 7,000 for now. Then we'll finish it off down to the finish line. Alright, so I'm going to switch into heading mode. guessing at around 5 miles DME it's gonna stop. And then we'll make our turn. Okay, there we are crossing 180. See what I meant? I told you it was gonna be close. Radio 353 to St. Petersburg. Very close. Okay, when this comes up, we're going to make the turn. Okay, we're rolling in. Now, one thing about flying VOR to VOR, folks. Okay, gotta realize one, you're several miles high. So you can see the DME coming back. You want to overcorrect it slightly to watch your needle come in, but don't rely on the needle until after about 10 to no more than 15 miles. Then start adjusting to the needle. See, I'm set up only 3 degrees off. That's only because I don't really know where the wind is. Getting close to where it's going to become more reliable. Remember, it's wanting to track it, so. Okay, there we go. Let's go VOR lock. Currently 20 miles out. I am going to go ahead and begin our descent. Altitude select made. Alright, so let's take a look at the descent. This includes approach, folks. So, seatbelts will come on, anti-ice, exterior lights, auto brakes. Okay, so let's get up here. Let's go ahead, turn them on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the ground signal sign. As you may have noticed, we are experiencing some turbulence. Please return to your seat.
INS switches, flight directors set, brake pressure, spoilers will arm, and so forth. As you can tell, we're now ready for it. Okay, so we're tracking, we're descending. Get down to 2,000 feet. Now we're tracking at 280. And now it's going to control the speed, folks. Alright, so we need 1390. And 101. Okay, that'll take us onto the palms. at KOFS, K-O-O-F-S. That's when I'm going to veer to head for my intercept, which appears to only be a couple of degrees off. Okay, let's set our minimums. Bear with me a second here. Minimums 450. All right, folks, we are flying the ILS, sort of, kind of. Again, once we get to about a dot, I'm going to switch to heading mode, dial in my frequency, turn it on to it, or turn it on to it and while I'm dialing it in. So, hoping to be at about 7,000 near that mark. Currently 45 out, looks like about 105 miles. Now, if we're high, privy, as you see on the chart, is a hold that we can use to get us down into the groove we want to be in. Okay, and I've got no centers up right now. Yeah, really a shame that that line isn't set up for the arrival. Only 1900. I'd like it. Base. Anti-ice on. Exterior light set. Set. Oh, let's go on down to here. Go to G. Okay. Fuel panel. Let's check it. Cabin altitude check is this. Okay. Airfield elevation, barometric. 3014. All right, we're set. Last check of the weather. 40 and 12. Same weather. Okay. Now you can read data from the sim. Only reads weather. I'm going to keep it for now. Okay. 67. If we start seeing the speed come up and it won't go with the throttle, speed brakes. So we're descending quite nicely here, folks. Coming up on 18,000 here. Really not any traffic to concern. So, flight summary. See if I got more weather. Alright, 2150-090-13. Do have no weather, so let's see if it's updated here. Let's get the latest and greatest in there because it will come in here soon. So to get 90 and 13. Temperature 16. I'll treat 27, okay. What else do we have? 30, 15. Alright, so that changed us slightly. Still 136, 146. Speed bugs remain the same, but we're only going to need 5,800 feet. But that helped a little. Okay, let's see how we're doing. All right. All right, folks, so we are currently descending. We've got our DH set coming into Palms here in about 20 miles. That's kind of interesting how that's off the course, yet we're on the course. Okay. 10 miles out, I'll set the one. Okay, the needle is on the move. It's just becoming, we're getting pretty close. So better be watching. 18,000. Okay, everything's set. All right, we're going into a sterile cockpit now, folks. We're on the move. Okay, I'm starting to slow. Let's make sure we get under the numbers. Come on up to here. Being ever so close to 101. Again, I have this set up to where we're going to turn the aircraft here in a minute. It's 101. Okay, we're very close, 60 miles out. That's about right. Okay, we're at 250. No need for spoilers. Okay. Miami traffic, FedEx 811. I'm over Palms, on the Palms 2 arrival for a right, passing through 10,000. Okay, that's lights. Okay, we are almost ready. Let's go ahead and run the descent checklist.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Hold on. Thousand level off. Armed.
Altimeters.
1021. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Okay, we overshot as you saw. Kind of expected that. Next is landing. A lot going on, folks, as you can tell. I'm going to go ahead and head on down to 5,000. That way it's shouldn't be a problem. Across Privy, I think I'm going to start again. I'm going to go 20. Okay, that'll be flaps 1. Okay. All right. Well, folks, now we just kind of drag it in. Privy, we're going to come down to 3,000. Actually, we're going to fly it this way. Amazing, it says 79 miles out. Yeah, we're 46. So that must be taking into going, coming back. Okay, now we're going to come down. To 4,000. Stay on this. 8 more miles. So we'll be DME. It does 36.1. That's what we're going to make. A slight course adjustment. 107. Okay, here we go, folks. Halfway to Coves. Okay, 3 miles. Of course, now, folks, ATC would be telling us what we're doing. They tell us to expect radar vectors here. I know it would have been out here. Okay, we're 1 mile. Okay, our ILS. 110.3. 92. Looks like we got an airport right here, folks. I think it showed up here. Miami-Dade Collier Training Transition. Okay, we'll keep 220 until Localizer is alive. I mean, we have it, but we're not closing in on it. So we'll be 15 miles back. You know, I think about every time we've flown into Miami here of late, it has been this crappy. So, it's like another crappy run. Okay. Still not coming in yet. Okay, now a lot's going to happen when the localizer starts swinging. First thing I'm going to do is move this to ILS. Next, we're going to slow to 200. First 3 notches of flaps out.
Localizer alive.
Okay, we just got the word localizer's alive. And it's sliding. Once we're on localizer, we're going to begin to slow to 180 so that when the glide slope meets, gear down, we'll be on the approach. Going to ILS now. That'll put us to flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Spoilers are armed. Let's make sure our brakes are set. Medium. Lights are on.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, to prepare for landing, please fasten your seatbelt.
Okay.
Adjust the
Slowing to
gas
200
with your
at
seat in
200
upright
flaps
position
10.
below your tray table. Store your luggage in the luggage bin or under the seats in front of you. Our cabin crew will make a final check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses.
Now once glide slope becomes active, we'll slow to 180. It's like about a 21-mile DME run-in. Okay. Miami traffic, FedEx 811 on the localizer 20 miles out, runway A right.
Glide slope alive.
Okay, glide slope's alive. Let's wait for it to start showing movement. That's me.
Cabin ready.
Right, then we can use it in level flight to help us slow. Okay, here comes the glide slope. Chrome will be at 180 on glide slope, it looks like. Again, lawn, you got to be at or around 1,500 feet. And then, what is it? 500 feet, we're going to be taking over. We'll probably take over before then. I think we have the runway. Let's keep going till I'm for sure.
Gear down.
It's a long way to carry it, but let's go ahead and carry it. That's what
Gears
I was...
down, green light.
Miami traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, fully established, runway 8 right, gear down, 10 miles out. Okay, decision height set, landing.
Flaps 20. Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
Is it 36, so 146. Okay, so get down to 150. Okay. Landing checks.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1, 0, 2, 1. Set and cross-check. Landing checklist completed.
Okay. Runways in sight. Plane's mine. Winds are pretty much down the runway. Last VTAR check. That. Get ready for the rescue bridge. Okay, a little on the high side. Okay, remember, visual cues off the PAPI and the glide slope will not match. However, so should. Okay, FedEx 811, FedEx 811, short final, runway 8 right, stable landing.
Ladies and
1,000.
gentlemen, we'll be landing shortly. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Stable landing. Red over white.
Approaching minimums.
Landing.
Minimums.
Okay, a long landing.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
50, 40, 30, 20. $10.
Idle reverse. Okay, that wasn't great. Wasn't
Out,
bad.
off, reverse. 60 knots. Auto brake off.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport.
I'm sorry, folks. I'm just laughing my butt off in all of these baggage carts or loaders rolling across the runway. Oh, that was hilarious. All right, we'll be able to call off. Miami traffic, FedEx 811, left turn off of 8 right, crossing 8 left over 2 kilo. Oh my, that was just, folks, I'm sorry if you don't see the humor in that. That was just too funny. Kind of like a raid. We have all the little emojis going up. We got little baggage handlers going everywhere. I was like, what do I got? A bunch of birds getting ready to cross my runway? What's going on? And here comes JetBlue in on the other runway. All right, we are clear. Let's get those lights off. Body gear steering on. Let's get the strobes off. Alright, that just kind of made my day, folks. Sorry, that was hilarious. After a 6-hour trip to see that, that was just too funny. Alright, so let's get that APU firing.
Flaps up.
Okay, looking for FedEx. Yeah, appreciate it there, Isaac the drummer. Appreciate the, we'll take a look at who did what here in a second. Alright, let's bring that in. Next. Brake pressure, body gear, auto brakes. Oh yeah, those need to be turned off. Missed that. Ignitions can go off as well. Okay. Cargo heat off, outflow to auto, manual. Radar and transponder to standby. Alright, let's see. Oh, actually, I don't know if my spoilers are down. But I do know we need to slow down.
Landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition. Off. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Radar and transponder.
Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Okay, we're just gonna clear up of the road here. I hate this.
Parking brake set. Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Cool. All right, so folks, we are in the block.
Chocks are on.
Chocks are in. Not yet. All right, let's finish up what we're doing here, folks. Let's come back over here. APU is wound up. Perfect. Let's come on. Okay, so the APU is set. Took me a second to figure out why am I seeing American and JetBlue. I'm looking out the side. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go do it this way. Let's bring the checklister up to the next one. Brakes, park, beacons. Okay, so let's shut her down.
Miami Captain American 1574, start pushback from gate
Oh,
Delta
this is
50,
getting
expecting runway
irritating.
85 for departure of Miami traffic.
Okay, we'll come back to that in just a second. All right, INS is in a line, probe heat, window heat. Okay, beacons off, window and logos. Well, we'll leave the logos on. Okay, pack valves. Fuel boost off. Yeah, reserve tanks are closed. ADP's off. Oxygen, flight recorder, emergency lights, radar to off.
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Parked. Beacon lights. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Off.
Back valves. Wait. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Hold on. Off. Radar. Off.
INS. Let's see. Off. Radio switches. Let's see.
Checklist completed.
All right, folks, that wraps up the plane. And we're going to connect
Cockpit to
the
ground.
GPU.
Connect to ground power.
And then over here,
Ground
Bring
power
it online.
connected.
okay, that about wraps that up. Let's take a look at the landing. Here. 86 feet a minute. Holy Toledo. Alright, so let me see what Volanta brought in. 137, so that's not bad. Before we take a look at a couple of replays of this, let's finish the flight. And let's get some toolkit in here to take a look at this. Alright, so as you can see, we've logged in 5-hour, 51-minute flight from Vancouver to Miami. I'm not happy, that must not have the airplane here. 86 feet a minute. It's not what I wanted to click. Alright, so we'll go over the landing reports. Okay, so what we do is we look for the aircraft. And then we look to see how we did. First thing I always look at here on this chart. Okay, the blue dot's the threshold, the green dot's where we touched down. Okay, according to this, we were almost 3,000 feet down the runway. However, this is the eastern end of the landing zone. So we technically were in the landing zone. However, 16 feet off center.
Landing traffic, American.
I'd have said a little worse.
Short light 1, runway 8 right, be a mic. Landing traffic.
Let me go ahead and let me before I do that, make sure nobody's following us. I don't think so. All right, so we're going to disconnect. Anyway, so that gives you a picture of what we did on the landing. Here's all the data. So we were heading 090, ideal was 92, so forth. 86 feet a minute is what SimToolkit registered. 133, I think, is 3 knots shy of our VREF. So folks, that actually I carried pretty decently. All right, so let's get SimToolkit out of the way. Now, let's take it backwards here a couple times. First off, I want to record the landing for FedEx. Kind of see what they got us in at. It's like about 134 feet a minute. Log it. All right, let's close it up. Okay, that's good. All right, now we can take it backwards, folks. Nothing's recording right now. And we're not on VATSIM, so that's not a no-no. All right, so go to flight, go to replay. And we'll play. Let me know, folks, if that's too loud. I'm going to also get rid of charts right now. Okay, now remember, most of this inbound part I hand flew, so let's see how I did. And we're getting a little hard to follow here, and slower up as we're minor correcting here. That's actually looking pretty good. Yeah, we're high. Take a look at it from another angle. All right, well, minus the cargo doors open. That looked pretty good. Oh, we're on 1-2. Hang on. Here, let's look at that again, folks. Cargo door is open. Let's go to this side again. Not bad. I mean, kind of dove for the runway there, but little floaty. Whoever thought a 747 could be afloat? If I'd have just let her come down. A little bit of a crunch, but it would have been right on target. Oh well. Well, folks, that is a wrap. Let's go back one more time so we can see how our finicky cargo. Like I said, folks, that's gonna be it for today. Folks, we're gonna go ahead and call it. This was a fun flight. Thank you for flying with Mike. Thank you for all your support. Thank you to the original Big Mac and Hawker 125 for the resubscribes, for Gon or Gordon Bennett and Isaac Drummer for following. We really do appreciate y'all coming along and on board. Again, thanks for flying with us today, folks. We really appreciate you. I look over there and see 176 folks, and that is just mind-boggling. So, do appreciate you. But for now, I'm going to hand this over to a friend of mine over at Duluth Fly. Not sure what he's flying, folks, but I'm sure we'll find out here shortly. Again, thanks for flying with Mike. We'll see you maybe Friday, if not Saturday. God bless. Have a great day.